Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. From today onwards, I'm going to start Python programming, and today we will be starting with very basic Python. Okay, starting from the Python operators. So let me show my desktop, and I'll tell you what and all I'm going to teach in today's session. So Python operator plays a very crucial role. Without this, you cannot move forward and you cannot write any program, right? Not only in Python, in any of the programming language. So this is common across all the programming languages, so you should know very well. So what are various type of operators? Assignment operators, arithmetic operators, comparison operators, identity operators, logical operators, membership operators, and bitwise operator. So we will see each and every operator, how to use them in our programming and what exactly they do. After that, we'll see how to define a variable, valid variable, invalid variable, and what are various type of variables, and what are built-in keywords available in Python. Okay, so here is a notebook about Python operators. So those who are not aware of what is Jupyter notebook, I would suggest to please go back to previous video where I have given extensive knowledge on how to create notebook and how to write the program, how to execute. Okay, then please come back to this video, then it will help you to understand what I'm doing here. Okay, so first is what is Python operator? An operator in computer programming is a symbol that usually represents an action or process. So what exactly action or process means here? So guys, if you know very basic, of course you will be knowing very basic mathematics. There we do addition, subtraction, right? So those are nothing but where we use different kind of operators. So plus and then minus, then multiplication operator, then division, modulo, then taking power of a number. Various operators are there, right? So everything is written here. Please have a look. So let me show you how to use them. Okay, so I'm going to define a variable and later I will assign some value. So don't worry about what is variable, what is value. I'm going to talk in later. First, I'm going to show what are the operators. Okay, so here I'll define a variable called a and use plus symbol and give some value, let's say 10. Okay, now I'll write b equal to, let's say 2. Now let me print a, print b. Now execute by pressing Ctrl and Enter. So you will see value 10 is assigned to A and value 2 is assigned to B, right? So what exactly I'm doing here? I'm creating a variable whose name is A, and I'm just adding or assigning a value 10 to the A. So basically A and B are nothing but a bucket. In that bucket, we are holding some value. Those are nothing but 10 and 2 as per this program, right? And we are just printing A and B. Okay, now after defining the variable, what and all operation you can do, correct? So we have first, let's say, I'm going to print everything. That's why I'm using print function. Don't worry about this function. I'll be talking about these in the later part of the video. So print, let's say I'm going to do addition. So I can just write A plus B, right? So it will give me the output of A plus B. That is nothing but 12. Now let's say I want to do subtraction. So I just have to use minus sign. So 10 minus 2, of course, 8, right? Now I can write a couple of more. Let's say A divided by B. I'll talk about this. What is the difference between single division and this double division operator, right? Now double star, let's say modulus, then double star. Okay, so let me show you what exactly it does. So plus, you can read more about these names of those operators here. Okay, so plus is addition, then subtraction, then this is nothing but your division. So what kind of division it is? So we have this floor division.
It's 4 o'clock.
Okay, and this is nothing but it will return the value in the form of float, and this will return exactly in the integer form. So if you see here, the third line, let's toggle the line number. So third line is nothing but division. So it is giving float. So exactly whatever is coming after 10 by 2 is actually same thing is printed. And this is nothing but your floor division. So which will give the floor value of the outcome. So let's say I'm just changing the value to here as 3. So 10 division by 3 will never return an integer value, right? See what it will give. So this division will give the exact value in the float form, and this value, this particular operator will give the floor value of that particular output, right? So we are getting 3.3333 and so on, right? But finally, it will not give the decimal point value. It will just give the floor value, that is 3. So this will be helpful only when you, let's say you are worried about only the integer part of that portion, right? Whatever output is coming, or you want to get the complete number, whatever has come, then you use single division operator. Okay, double star means a to the power b. So a is your number and b how much power you are giving, right? So 10 raised to 3, that is nothing but 1000. Now modulus b, how much remainder is coming, right? So 10 divided by 3, 10 modulo 3. So 3 3 is a 9. So definitely you will have remainder as 1. So that's what remainder part will be printed. Okay, so that's how you use the operator. Now, if you notice here, there are a couple of other operator where we are using operator along with the equal to sign. What exactly it means? So let me show one example, then you'll understand. So let's say you have a equal to 20 and b equal to 30. Okay, so assume that you want to write a plus b. This I have already shown you, so that is 50. Now let's say you want to write a plus a. So how you can write a plus a? Correct. So value of a will be added with a, and the same output will be assigned to, let's say it is assigned to, okay, we are assigning back to a. So what will happen here? Okay, so let me assign this once again. Yeah. So a plus a is what? 20 plus 20, that is 40, right? So you see here we are assigning the output of this a plus a into the a. Means a value is getting overwritten, right? To make it short way, what you can write, instead of writing a plus a 2 times, you can write a plus equal to a. This is nothing but same as a plus a, right? So value of a should be added with the a. Okay, so now the final output will be, so let me run again. Okay. So a plus equal to a means a, I'll just write same as a equal to a plus a, just for your understanding purpose. Okay, so along with this plus, you can use any other operator. You can use division, multiplication, double star, modulo, whatever operator I have shown you, right? Along with equal to. Okay, so that's all about assignment operator. I hope you understood well. If you don't understood, please comment on the video and I'll help you to answer. Okay, next is arithmetic operator. So this arithmetic operator we have already seen here along with this assignment operator. So same as previous, so I'm not going to repeat it. So here we have mentioned addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and division. This is what I was talking. So this division will give you the float value and this division will give you the floor value. Now modulus will give the remainder and double star will give you the power of the value. Okay. So our next operator comes here is comparison operator. Okay guys, so why do we need compare? So of course this also you have done in the maths, right? So we will see whether value is greater than or whether it is equal to, greater than equal to, or less than equal to, or it is not equal to. Okay, so those are nothing but known as comparison operator. So how to do that? So again, I'll take the example a equal to 10, equal to 3, and let me print right. So here we are going to use a couple of comparison operators. So let me see. So remember guys, whenever you use comparison operator, it will return Boolean true or false, right? So what is exactly Boolean true or false? So it is the representation of 0 and 1. So Boolean true equal to 1, Boolean false equal to 0. Okay. So how to check that? Print A is less than B. Is it less than B? A is not less than B, right? So it will return false. That's what you see here. Print A is greater than B. It is Greater than b, of course it is greater than, that's why we are getting a true, right? So let's take another example. Greater than equal to, it is greater than but not equal to, right? So but one of them is following true, that's why we are getting as true. Now let me take some other example. A equal to 10, b equal to 10. Now we'll see whether it is equal to or not. Yes, both are equal to, that's why we are getting true. So remember guys, this equal to and the previous equal to is different. If you use single time, that is nothing but your assignment operator. If you use double time, it means it is a comparison operator. Okay. So that's about comparison operator. Return equal to. Now let's take some negative values. So a equal to, let's say, minus 15, and this is 10. Is equal to? No, it is not equal to. That's why we are getting as false. Now assume that we are making this as not equal to. What will happen? Is a not equal to b? Of course, it is not equal to, so will get true. So since this condition is becoming true, that's why we are getting output as true. Okay, so that's how we use comparison operator. Let me show you what is identity operator. So identity operator is nothing but is or is not. So guys, remember, is basically used whenever you want to compare the memory location of the variable. So variable could be anything, whether, let's say you have two variable, one variable is a, another variable is b. So both are holding same value or different value, right? So in Python, whenever you assign a value to a variable, it will get stored in the memory. And if you assign another variable with some different value, again it will be stored in a different memory location. But let's say second variable is having same value, then it will not store the value in a different memory location, rather it will point to the same location where some other value is already holding some value. Okay, so let me show one example how it was basically. So I'll define a equal to 10, b equal to 20. Okay, now here what we can do. So a is b. So we, as I mentioned, is and is not will be used for comparing the memory location, right? So a is b. Do we have same value in a and b? No, right? So definitely their memory location will be different. So that's why it is giving false. It is not true. That's why we are getting false. Now we can negate it is not. So of course it is not equal to. That's why it is returning the true. Okay. So first one is false. Second one is true. Now let's take another example here. I'm going to define same value in both the variables. Okay, so what will happen now? A is having 10, A is having 10 and B equal to 10, right? So in Python, as I mentioned, whenever both values are same, it will be pointing to the same memory location. So now let's take a look. Yes, A is B, of course, both are defined in the same memory location. A is not, if you negate, then it will become false. That's how we use it. Identity operators. Let's go to next one, that is logical operator. Okay, so logical operator you would have used in logical reasoning related subject, where we use and, not, XOR, XNOR, right? So in Python we have three kind of logical operator: and, or, and not. So what exactly it does? So logical and true, both operators are, both operands are true. When I say true means both has to be non-zero values. So any non-zero values will be treated as true, and zero will be treated as false in Python. Okay, so let me write here for your reference. Any non-zero value will be treated as true, else if is zero, then false. Okay, please remember that. So let me show you how to use it. So assume that I have defined one variable A equal to 10, B equal to C, B equal to 0, and C equal to 20. Let's have only A and B. Okay, so how to use it? I'll just use A and B. So what it does, A is non-zero value, which is true, and B is 0, which is false. So true and false will become true. So what it is telling? True if both the operands are true. Okay, here only one operands are true. That's why we are getting as false. Okay, so false, as I mentioned, it is 0. That's why you got 0 as a value. So let's take another example, C equal to 10. So I'll just give A and B and C. See here, A is true, but B is false, and C is true. Okay, so A and B, definitely it is 0, that is false, and false and another true, again it is false, because all the operands has to be true. Let's take one more example where I'll make B also as some non-zero value, that is 2. What will happen? Now you got 10, right? So why we are getting 10? Because A and B, whatever last value was true, that will be taken. So A and B, that is 10 and 20, which is 20, and 20 and C. 20 and C, the last value is 10. So that's why you got 10. Okay. So always the last non-zero value will be taken if continuous twos are there. Okay, so now let me show you another logical operator, that is OR. So in our case, it is exactly opposite of logical AND. So true if either of the operands are true. So if any one of them is true, of course that true value will be taken. So I'll make this as A equal to 10, B equal to, let's say 20, C equal to 100. Okay, so here is the output. So as I have mentioned here, AND has high precedence. So first B and C will be executed. So B is 20, C is 100. So B and C. So the last two value is 100. So 100 will be taken here. Okay. Now this 100 will be odd with A. So 10 or 100. So 10 is already 2. So it doesn't really care whether next value is true or not. Why? Because either one true will be taken as the output, right? So either one of the two will be giving the value as true. So A is true and B is also true, right? So A or B. So A will be taken. So final output will be 10. Okay, next one is not. So what it does? So if you take any value and just give not A, it will just return false because A is true, correct? You are making true by negating it by using not, right? So it will become false. That's how you use not. If you give not 10, then what will happen? So 10 is nothing but your non-zero value, which is true, and you are making true as false by negating it by using not logical operator. That's why final output is false. Okay, guys, so that's all about logical operator. Let's see membership operator. So there are two kind of membership operator. One is in, and negation of in is nothing but not in. So what it does basically, let me just remove it. So using membership operator, you can find out whether a given value or particular element is part of group of elements or set of elements, right? So how to define set of elements? So, so for timing, I'll just take a Python list. I'm going to talk more about Python list in an upcoming video. For timing, you just see how to define a list. A equal to 10. Let me just write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So assume that you have tens of thousands of values in this particular list. Okay, but instead of reading, and it is very tough to read all 10,000 values, right? So what you can do, you have already defined a container, that is A, with tens of thousands of values, and out of those you would like to see whether my value is there or not. Okay, so what I will do, I'm just looking for 4 in A. So whether 4 is present in A or not. If it is present, it will give boolean true. If it is not present, it will return boolean false. Okay, so let me write two values. I'll just give 40. See, 4 is present in A. Yes, it is true. That's why we got value as true. 40 is not present in A. That's why we got false. Okay, so that's how we use membership operator. So, so good thing about this is it is not just work with list, any kind of sequence. The sequence could be a list, dictionary, it could be a string, it could be an array, set of values. So let me take one more example with the string. So b equal to c. So don't worry about the string. In my next video, I'm going to talk more about only string. Okay, so this is Python class. Okay, I'm going to look for print. So whether z, particular z string in B or not, right? So z is not present in B, of course, that's why we got false. Now let's say if I give t, yes, t is present in B, that's why we got true. Okay, so that's all about membership operator. So you guys can also pause the video and just give a try in your notebook and see how it is working. So that's how you will get more hands-on, and it will be very easy to remember also. So we have next operator called bitwise operator. Okay, so bitwise operator is heavily used in computer. So there, because computer understand only the bits and bytes, right? So how it exactly performs addition and subtraction. So it's all because of these operators. We have AND operator, OR operator, then bitwise NOT, bitwise XOR, bitwise left right, left shift and right shift. Okay, so I'm sure you guys already know what is bits, bytes, what kind of byte and bit operation we perform. Okay, so I'm not going in that detail. However, I'll just show with some example how these things works. Okay. So let me take one example. So b equal to 10, a equal to 10, b equal to, let's say, I'll just take smaller values. So let's say I go 2, b equal to 3, right? So binary representation of 2 is what? 0, 0, 1, 0. And binary representation of b is 0, 0, 1, 1, right? So if I do AND operation with these A and B, right? So what will happen? A and B. So 0 and 1 equal to 0, 1 and 1 equal to 1, 0, 0, 0, and 0, 0, 0 and 0, 0. Okay. So what exactly we are getting? 2. So output of this will be, let me write in a simple way here, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, right? So equal to what you will get? You will get 0, here also 0, 1, 1 equal to 1, and 0, 1 equal to 0. So what is the binary representation? Here, this equal to 2. That's how you represent 2 in binary format, right? And that is what we got using A and B. Okay. So you'll understand. I hope you understood, guys, how to do that. So manually I have written all the things, but however in Python we do have some function or inbuilt keyword by which you can get the binary of those numbers and you can do the and. So that is what I have shown it here. Okay, so here I have taken another example, a equal to 1, b equal to 2, and I'm just printing binary of a, and I'm just slicing it by removing unwanted character. So what are those unwanted characters? So let me just show you how exactly binary of 2 looks like. See here, binary of 2 is 0b10. 0b is nothing but first, what do you say? This output will be appended or prepended with 0b. It means this value is nothing but binary representation of some value, that is nothing but 2. So to do some operation and make it more clean, I have just removed those things, right? So this value is finally a string. So from string, I have done the slicing. So don't worry about slicing at all. I'm going to talk about this in next video. Then I'll be taking from second onwards. So that's why we got 1, 0 here. And I'm just Z filling with 0 filling. Z filling nothing but a function in the string by which you can do 0 filling to maintain the same string length. Okay. So for that, because 0 1 will be given as 1, right? But here 1 0 is there. So length of this string is 1 and this string will be 2. So I want to maintain the same string length. That's why I've given 0 flash 2. So if any single character is there, then it will be prepended with 0 to maintain the string length as 2. Okay, so this is about end operator. So I'll just take 2 here and 3 here. Okay, so we got 2 here and that's what we got 2. Now using OR operator, how to use? So OR, what it will do, bitwise OR. So if any value is true, it will return as a true. So 0 plus 1, 1, 1 plus 1 equal to 1, 0 plus 0 equal to 0. So it will be doing same operation here with 2 and 3. So 0, 1 equal to 1, 1, 1 equal to 1. So final output will be 1, 1. That's what you got here. Okay. So here I have given a couple of other examples also. You guys can try. So that's about AND operator and OR operator. Let me show you how bitwise left shift and right shift works. So guys, left shift and right shift is nothing but you are moving 1 bit right side, 1 bit left side. If you want to move 2 bit, then you mention 2 bits. Okay. So assume that I have taken one example here. Print binary of, let's say I'm printing 10. Okay. So it is 0, or I will take 1 to make it more simple. And later I'll do Z filling. So I'll take output from this. We got 1. And let's do Z fill. I want to make it as 4-bit representation so that you can understand. So final output of binary 1 equal to 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay. So now I'm going to apply left shift and right shift. Okay. So what will happen? So print define a value here first equal to 1. And here I'll give A. Now A, I want left shift by 1. See what will happen. So I'm just moving 1 bit of A to the left side by 1, right? So you see here, this is the first bit, it will be moved to the left side. So this position will be filled with 0 and this 0 will become 1, right? So how exactly it will look? 0, 0, 1, 0. And 0, 0, 1, 0 is nothing but 2. That's why you got 2, correct? Now let's say if I do right shift, then what will happen? 0. Because after this, you don't have anything, right? So this will become 0. And this will be 0, 0, 0, 0. And that's why you got 0. Let's take another example. I'll just take 5. Okay. So 5 representation is 0, 1, 0, 1, right? If I move it left side by 1, what will happen? So this will become 0 and this will become 1, right? So 1, 0, 1, 0. So 1, 0, 1, 0 is what? 1, 0, 1, 0, 8, then 0, then 2. It will be 10. Right? That's why you got 10. If I move it right side, then it will be 0, 0, 1, 0. That will be 2. Okay, that's how you use left shift and right shift operator. So couple of others are all there, like bitwise not and bitwise XOR. So I'm not going to explain. I will leave it to you guys so that you can try. Okay, so here I had already given examples. So you guys can give it a try how it works. Okay, so that's all about operator. So we have covered assignment operator, arithmetic operator, comparison operators, identity operators, logical, membership, and bitwise operator, right? So let's see the variables. So basically what you have seen here, I'm always taking A, B equal to some value, right? So what are A, B? A, B are nothing but your name of the variable or container, or we say bucket, where you are going to hold something on it, right? So let's see what and all type of variable we have, or what are various ways of writing the valid variables. Okay. So first of all, your variable name should start with any alphabet. Okay. It cannot have special character. When I say special character means your variable name cannot have these values. Okay. name, I'll just mention name should not start with this. Okay, it must start with alphabets, lower or uppercase. So there is no limitation. You can have uppercase, full uppercase, or full lowercase, or mix of lower and uppercase, starting with uppercase or starting with lowercase. Okay, it should not start with number. Okay, so your variable name should never start with number. You can have number in between, but it should not start with the number. Okay, so these are the rules. So let me just give a couple of examples. Let's say this is test equal to 1, some variable. This is test. Let's execute this. If it is executing and you are getting it printed, means it is a valid variable. Now let me take another example. So I'll just start with hash test equal to 2. See here. So while executing, it is giving error. Invalid syntax. Why it is invalid? Because your variable name cannot start with hash or at the rate. Okay, if you give hash also, it will give the same value. Anyway, by the way, hash is if any line is starting with hash, this will be treated as comment. Okay. So other than hash, let's say I use dollar. Of course, that is also not very a valid variable name, so it will throw the error. Okay, and next one is you cannot start with number. So I'll just give 1 to test 2. This is also not a valid variable name. That's why you're getting error. You can have uppercase or lowercase later. So you can have number later part of the variable name. That is possible. That's why you're getting this output. Let me just print it. Okay. Now you cannot have you cannot start with numbers, which we have already shown you. Now we can have mix of upper and lowercase, or start and end with upper and lowercase, right? So I can have ABC equal to 2, print ABC. Correct? It's a valid variable name. You can have A, B, C equal to 10. This is also valid variable. A, B, C. Right? So these are the ways to define valid variables. Next is invalid Python variables, which I have already shown in this. So I can just mention few names here at 1, 2, 3, hash 1, 2, 3, say hash ABC, dollar test 1, 2, 3. You cannot start with number 1, 2, 3 ABC. So I'll just make it comment. Okay, later you can execute by uncommenting it. Okay, so next part is type of variable. So guys, if you have read about C++, right, there we define type of variable. So what are those types? Let's say integer, float, double, character type, right? So remember, Python is a dynamically typed language. So the way you write the variable, it will be treated in that way. So when I say what way, like if you write 1.0, so this is a float value. So Python will automatically treat this as a float. If you just write a equal to 10, so this is integer value, so it will be automatically treated as integer value. Okay, so let me just show you. So how to define, which you have already seen it, print it, right? You see here it has taken 10, but how to get to know what type of variable it is? So we have an inbuilt keyword called type, and we just use this and put the variable name. It will give you, it belongs to class of integer. It belongs to integer class. So did I mention it is integer type? No, right? But I have typed as an integer. That's why it is taken as an integer. Let's say if I write 10.3. Did I mention this a equal to float type? No, right? But I have written a float value. So automatically it will detect what kind of variable you are defining or user is defining. So that's why it is treated as a float and it is returning, it belongs to float class, right? So in Python, 10 dot and 10.0 both are same. So I can write 10 or 10 dot, both are same. Don't get confused. So let's say if I write some variable, this is hello. Did I mention it is a string type? No, right? Since it is type of string, that's why it has given as a, it belongs to string class. Okay. So a couple of other variable, let's say I write a variable called, I hope you guys know complex number. So 2 plus 3j. See here, I did not specifically mention a equal to complex type, right? But it knows it has 3 and j part. That's why it has, this is real and imaginary, right? That's why combination of this will be treated as complex, which Python detects automatically. And that's why it is given complex. It belongs to complex class, right? What else we have? Integer, this, okay. Yeah, so I'll be talking about more type as we go along in the next video. So that's all you can have, type of variable. So I just mentioned one line which I mentioned, and that will be very helpful in interview also. Because in interview mostly they ask whether this is Python is dynamically typed or statically typed. You should know this is dynamically typed language. Okay. Okay. Please remember this. Python is dynamically typed language, hence no need to define data types. Okay, so that's all about a type of variables. Now here also you should know what kind of built-in functions or keywords are available. So we have direct keyword or maybe inbuilt keyword called built-in. If you give dir, dir is nothing but it is a basically function. Excuse me. It is a name of function which will basically provide all or which will list down all the function associated with the given data. Okay, since it is built-in type, so it will list all the built-ins. Okay. So these are the name which you see already available. And remember guys, whatever inbuilt characters are there, right, or inbuilt keyword or function name, you do not supposed to use them by for the variable name. Why? Because it will not throw an error. However, this functionality will be overwritten. Because if I see here, right, this function iter, len, license, list, locals, right? So these are already being used by other purposes. So if you use and define let's say some value, then that function will be overwritten. And that functionality, core functionality of that function will be lost. So be careful. Don't use inbuilt function name for the variable name. So I hope you like this topic. And I would again suggest, please pause the video, try in your notebook in parallel and understand the core concept. Okay. In next video, we are going to start first data type, that is string. So now your foundation will start building, and those are very core concept. Or next 2-3 classes or next 2-3 videos are very important because further video will be revolving around all whatever you have learned in first 2-3 videos. Okay, please watch it carefully. If you have any doubt, please post in the video. I'll be helping you guys to understand and by giving the answer, and help others also to understand by posting the queries. That's all for today. Thank you so much. Please subscribe my channel if you haven't subscribed. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye. Here, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today we are going to see Python data types. So first one is string. So we'll see what and all can be done with the string. Okay, so let me share my desktop and we'll see. Okay, so here is my Python notebook for data type. So what are various, this is what we are going to see. So what are Python data types? So we have a string, list, tuple, and dictionary. So first one we are going to see string today. Okay, so in the string, we'll see its definition, what are various ways to define the string type, how to check its type, and how to do string concatenation, repetition, indexing. Then we have under indexing, we have forward indexing and positive indexing, or backward or negative indexing. Then we have slicing. So under slicing, we have forward and backward slicing. What are various available methods for the string, which you can apply over any given string data type. Okay, then later we'll see what are various ways for string formatting. Okay, and followed by we'll see all the interview questions, what can be asked in the string data type. Okay, so let's start. First, let's see what is the string data type. So in Python, string is an immutable sequence data type. So guys, remember this is immutable data type. So I'll be talking about mutable and immutable. So remember, immutable data type means the data type which is defined cannot be modified. It can be deleted, but its content cannot be modified. That's what is immutable. Okay, so it is the sequence of Unicode character wrapped in single or double quote or triple quotes. Okay, so let's see what it all ways are there for defining strings. So as I mentioned, it can be defined in a single quote, double quote, or triple quote. So I'll take one variable a equal to, so I'll take single quote, and here I'll define, let's say, this is first string. Okay, this is single quote. Now I'll take b, this is second string. So as I mentioned, it can be in double quote. So opening has to be done with single quote or double quote or triple quote, and closing also has to be done with single, double, or triple quote. Now this is third one. So how to do third triple quote? So 2 times or 3 times you can have double quotes, opening, then closing. Okay. Similarly, you can have 2 times a single quote, 3 times, opening and closing. So guys, remember this triple quote thing is very important because this will be used as a document string for defining the functions, which I'll be talking in detail how to use it in the function definition. So just remember, triple quote will be useful in the doc string. So this is my fourth variable. Okay, one more thing to remember, if you have opened and closed the string with single quote or double quote, so internally, if you want to use another quote, then it has to be different type, not the single type. So what I mean to say here, I'll take, let's say, so it is opening and closing with single quote, right? So internally, if you want to use single quote, it is not possible. Why? Because the moment you have opened here, and again you are adding here, so means this will be the string, because opening and closing is done. So this bracket is closed. Now you are opening another one. So here it is not balanced, right? Here again you are adding one, but this is not open with the single quote. So this is not allowed. So what you can do, if opening and closing is single quote or double
It's
quote,
9 o'clock.
inside you can use different kind of quote. So what I mean to say here, my opening and closing is single quote, I can use double quote inside. This is fine. Similar way you can have opening and closing with double quote, but internally it has to be single quote. Okay, so let's print all. B, C, D, E, and F. Okay, so there's no error. All are possible way of defining the string. So this first, second, third, first, right? So remember, while opening and closing, whatever character you have used, either single quote, double quote, triple quote, that will not be printed because that is the notation for the string. But internally, if you are using opening and closing for single, double quote, that will get printed. That's what you see in the second last and the last one. Okay, so I hope it is clear. So remember, guys, string we can have with starting with single quote, double quote, or triple quote. And as I mentioned, string doesn't mean that it is just alphabet. It can have any kind of character which is enclosed with a single, double, or triple quote. Okay, so let's take one more example here. So a number can also be a string. Though it looks number, but it doesn't mean that it is not a string, right? If it is enclosed with the single, double, or triple quote, it will become a string. So I can have, let's say 1, 2, 3, then ABC, then any special character also, right? So that is also a possible string. Okay, so I hope it is clear now. So let's see how to check the string data type. So if you have defined any string, how to check whether it is really a string type or something else. Okay. So let's see another example. A equal to, let's say I'm writing PyCSR. Okay. Print A. Now, as I mentioned in the previous class, those who have not seen, please see the video. I have talked about how to check the type, but though again, I'm going to mention here also. So we have one type function, and under type, you just mention a data type. So I mean to say variable, whatever you have defined. So type of A, that is nothing but a string. So this particular A variable belongs to string class. Okay, so this is a way to check it. Okay, so if you still have any doubt, feel free to comment in the video. I'll be helping you guys to understand with more example. Okay. So now once you have the string, what and all operation you can perform. So we'll see how to concatenate two string, how you can repeat one single particular string, and how to do indexing. Okay. So first we'll see concatenation. So I'll take one example here. A equal to hello, give some space, B equal to world. Now I want to concatenate both. Concatenation means adding two strings. Like we have addition in the mathematical operation, right? Here in the string, we use concatenation. So concatenation can be done using plus operator. So guys, remember in Python, whenever you are using addition, subtraction, both end has to be of the same type. If you're using plus for integer, so other part also should be a mathematical number, right? It should be integer or float. If you're adding one string plus one integer, that is not possible. Both has to be same data type. So here A and B both are of string type. So let's check once, just for example, so that you can understand. Both are type string. Then I'm going to add int A plus B. Okay. So this is what is hello world. And of course, outcome, whatever is coming, that will be also be of type string. Okay, so what I can do, I can just assign another variable C and A plus B, and let's print C. And let's print type of variable C. Okay, so in interview, someone is asking if you are adding two string, will it change its data type? No, if both are same type, the same data type will be produced. Okay, so this is about concatenation. Let's see how you can do repetition. Repetition is nothing but, let's say you have set of a string and one of the string you want to repeat n number of times, right? So how you can do? By using star operator. So that star is nothing but, in mathematical operation we use it for multiplication, right? So that star can be used in the string for repetition purpose. So I'll use a equal to hello space. Let's say I want to print it for 5 times. You take a and multiply by those number of times. You print it. A star 5. So here you go. You see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times hello has been repeated. So you may have this question like where exactly to use this repetition, right? So whenever you perform some kind of output formatting, or let's say you want to print some table and certain number of things to be repeated certain time, right? So that's where you will be using repetition operator, that is star. Okay, so this concatenation, repetition. Let's see indexing. So what is indexing means basically? So indexing is nothing but you have defined a character in a variable, right? So what is the position of that particular character in that variable? Okay, so that is what is indexing. So in Python, indexing always start from 0, and that will be a positive indexing from 0 to length minus 1. So length of the string, I'll show how to get it. So since it is starting from 0, suppose whatever is the length of the string, it will have length minus 1 number of characters. So let's say my Python string is having 10 characters, right? So length is 10, but indexing will start from 0 to 9. That is 0 to length minus 1. Length is 10. So 10 minus 1, 9. So 0 to 9 will be the indexing. Now, good thing about Python is you can do, anyway, you are doing positive indexing or forward indexing, along with you can do negative indexing as well. So negative indexing always starts from -1, -2, -3, and till then. Okay. So here, how many characters we have? 6. So -1 to 6. -1 to -6 is the negative indexing. Okay. So before doing indexing, I would like to show the index. So how to check that? So I'll just give the syntax here. So indexing can always be used as, let's say, variable name, then followed by square bracket. Okay, so whenever you are going to do indexing and slicing in string data type, list data type, tuple data type, or from the dictionary, we always have to use square bracket notation. Okay, and under this you put the index number. So we'll be doing a lot of example exercise here so that you can understand how exactly indexing works. Okay, and this index number should be always whatever is the length minus 1 number is there, 0 to length minus 1. If you give any number outside 0 to length minus 1, it is going to throw an error. So let's see what and all error it can throw so that you can understand. Okay, so here is the example. I'll just take some numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to print variable A as per this syntax. Then I'll be using square bracket and put the index number. So let's say I don't know what index number is there. I'll just put 100. So what will happen? See here. It is giving string index out of range. Why it is giving this error? Because as I mentioned, your indexing number, this number should be between 0 to length minus 1. Okay. So we are just writing it blindly. So I'm just going to show you here what kind of error can be expected here. String index out of range, because it is not falling within the range. So what is the length of my string? How you can check? There is one function called length. Okay, and give the variable name. So my length of the string is 10. Okay. So I'll just mention here that number of, I just say number of items, or you can say character, or best ways to sell elements in given string. Okay, item mostly we use for dictionary, and character for string, and element in general, like you get sequence of elements, right? That's what we saw in the definition. You see here is a sequence of Unicode character or Unicode sequence of elements wrapped inside single, double, or triple quote. Okay, so our length of the string is 10. So definitely your indexing will be from 0 to 9. So definitely you are not allowed to do any indexing out of 0 to 9 numbers. Okay. So let's take another example here. I'll give any number, let's say 0. So 0 is nothing but your 0th character, right? So you got 0. If you're getting confused, I can just write A, B, C, D, D, E, F, G, H, I. So total 10 characters. So my first character, that is 0th index, is A. Let's take another example. I'll just take 1, that is B. So your number is starting from 0, that is your first character A, then 1, that is your second character B, right? And so on. So I'll just take another example. Let's say I write 5. So what is my 5th character? F. Okay. So this is about your positive indexing, that is starting from 0 to length minus 1. Now how to do negative indexing? That is that means accessing character from the backward side. Okay. That is also known as backward indexing. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take same example. Rather putting positive number, I'll put the negative numbers. Negative number starts from -1, right? So let's give -1. Here you give -2. Here you give -5. See what is coming here. So length of the string is 10. Minus 1 is nothing but the last character, that is your J. Minus 2, beside that, I. Minus F, sorry, minus 5, that is your fifth character. So minus 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that is your. So that's how you do positive and negative indexing. I hope you understood. If you are having doubt, then please pause it, understand once again. Keep trying parallelly in notebook, which I always say. That's how you get hands-on. Okay, and to understand the concept better. Okay, so this was forward indexing, so I'll just put it here. And this was backward or negative indexing, so I'll just put the marking here. Okay, let's see our next component here is slicing. So guys, remember, slicing is nothing but you have full string, and out of full string you are cutting the whole string, into subset or subset of character or set of characters. Okay, so let's say you are cutting from in between, right? So you will get two parts. So those two parts will be your sliced string or subset of the string. Okay, so let me take one example here. Again, I'll take number, because whenever you give indexing as 0 number to length -1, it will be easy to understand to get the similar output. Okay. Later you can play with some other alphabets. 7 and 9. To make understanding better, I have taken same example and the same number as indexing. Okay. Print A. Okay, so before explaining about the slicing, so let me explain few things about this. So we have certain index here. So let me talk about syntax first. Okay. So here we have variable name. Guys, understand this concept very carefully, because same thing will be used for the list, for tuple. Okay. Now the first element will be your starting index. I'll just mention start number, then followed by colon, then you have end number, start and end, from where to start and where to end. And at the end we have something called step size. Okay. Now here start, if you don't provide, by default is 0. And will be length -1 in case you don't provide. Okay, default length -1 and step size will be, by default I'll mention +1, or you can write 1 also, but I'm emphasizing plus because we have reason for this. Reason is when we talk about backward slicing, right, then you'll understand. +1. Okay, so let me just comment it. How to comment all? So those who doesn't know, then please watch my second video. So select Control A and press Control / okay. Now, so here let me explain about this. So variable name, the way we were doing indexing, first we'll take the variable name, then followed by square bracket notation and put the index number. That's how you do the indexing, right? Now here we are going to do slicing. So slicing means you are taking subset of the string, right? So to take subset, you have to have like from where you are going to start, or from where you are going to fetch the character, first character, then up to what character you want, then what is the step size. Okay, so let's take one example here. Print A, then I'm not going to mention anything. Okay, so my start is empty, followed by colon, end is also empty, followed by colon, and step size is also empty. What does it mean? So start, I'm not going to define, so it is going to take as 0, that is your first index. And I'm not going to define, so what it is going to take? Default length -1 means the last character. And step size, I'm not going to define, so by default it is going to take +1. So what will happen? It will start from 0, then +1. So index is 0, +1 is 1. So it will go to the next step. Again +1, that is 2, next step. Again it will go up and +3, right? It will keep going till the length minus 1, that is your last character. Okay, so output of this will be the whole string as it is. Okay, I hope you got it. So just take a look here. What is my start if I don't give? What is my end if I don't give? What it will be? And step size if I don't give, it will be +1. Okay, so let's. So now this is done. Now I'll show how to put the start and end, right? So now I'm going to put start and let's say 0. Okay, and I'm not going to put. So what it will be? End will be length minus 1. And step size I'm not going to give anything. It will be +1 by default. So it is going to start with 0 and till the end. Exactly same output. Even if you don't give 0 means it is starting as 0 only, right? Now let me give, let's say I'll give 3. So I'm going to start 3 means 0, 1, 2, 3 from here, and I'm not going to define means it will be till length minus 1, step size again +1. Okay, you see here, starting with 3 up to 9. Let's take some more examples. I'm going to give 5 or 7. It is going to start with 7 and is not there, so of course till length minus 1 and step size is 1 by default, right? Take some more example. Let's say I'm going to give 2 and here I'm going to give 8. Okay, so what does it mean here? I'm going to start with 2 and it is going to end with 8. Okay, so 2 to 8. But remember guys, whenever you give the index for the end, right, so end will not be included. It will be always end minus 1. Okay, if index is given, then it will be excluded. Okay, so it will not be up to 8, but it will be excluded, so it will be just 8 minus 1. So total 7. So 2 to 7. Always remember that. And step size I'm not going to mention, so it will be +1. So 2 to 8 you see here. You could have expected 8 also, but as I mentioned, end index will always be excluded. So it will be length minus 1. Okay, so 8 minus 1, that is 7. So 2 to 7 is there. Take some more example. Now, instead of not giving index, step size, I'll give step size as 2. What does it mean? So by default, it is +1 means 1, then 2, then 3, it's coming, right? If I give 2 means every second character of the string will be printed, right from 2. Starting from 2 up to end minus 1, every second character, right? So now 2 is there, it will leave the third. It will give me 4. Again, it will leave 5th. And it will give me 6 and so on, right? So what will be the output? 2, 4, 6. Okay, I hope you got it. If you don't get, then let me show one more example. So I'll give 3 now. Okay, so from 2 to 8, every third character ends. So first, anyway, this will be always included. So you'll get the first character, and end will be always length minus 1. And between that, whatever characters comes, every third character. Okay, see here, 2, 5, and after 5 we don't have any character, right? So that's why up to 25 it is 22 and 5. Let's take one more example. So I'm not going to give start, I'm not going to give end, I'm just taking every second character. What is this? First character, then 1 will be left, then second character, and so on, right? So here is one interview question for you guys, bonus point for you. So in interview, mostly I also take interview, right? So I ask this question without doing any mathematical option. If one series of numbers are given, right from 0 till 100, right? How you are going to print all even numbers without doing any mathematical option. So this is the shortcut solution for that question. Okay, so remember that. And if you want to get every odd number, then what you will do? I'm going to get every second, but right now I have to start from 1 because 0 is always considered as an even number, right? So then after 0 it will be coming 2 because it is skip count of 2. So I have to take from starting from 1. So now see, this is the way to get all the odd numbers from the given list. So this even number, this odd number by skip count of 2. Okay, I hope you understood. So this is your forward slashing. Now let me show you backward slicing. Take the same output. Okay, so in backward slicing, what you have to, I just mentioned very similar thing. Okay. So in backward slicing, exactly same example. Only thing is, if you are giving start, anyway, it will be by default 0 and will be whatever length minus 1. And in case you are giving step size, then it has to be -1. Okay. So instead of mentioning all, I'll just mention step size must be mentioned as negative. And that is the catch here. Okay. So those who are very new to this programming, right, they might forget. So please try that. Try with more example, then you will understand. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just comment everything here. I'll comment one by one. So a, then 0 0 minus 1. Okay, then what I'll do, I'll just take from 0. So remember this number, guys. Let me just print this thing once again. Okay, so print a column all, then this. So whenever you are going to do negative indexing, so your number should start from -1, right? So if since -1 is the last number, you have to go this side, right? So number should be always less than -1, correct? Like if you're going forward slide, then number should always be greater than 0, correct? So if I'm going to take from -1 till end, right? So see what will be printed. Okay, so -1 is what? This one, and I have not given any end. Okay, so this will be 0. Sorry, plus step size is +1, right? So in this case, what will happen? It will be taking from 0 1 2 3 4 up to 9. Okay, so now in case if I take, let's say, -1 to -5, see what happens. -5, let me just comment this part so that you can understand. -1, where is -1? This one. -1 is 9, -1, then -1 step size. Okay. So as I mentioned, whenever you do negative indexing, this has to be mentioned as negative index. Otherwise, nothing will get printed. Okay. Now let me take some more example. -1, -2, and every second step. See here. So right from -2 till end, right? So end, if you don't give, then what will happen? It will be considered as the last, because Python knows you are starting from the negative index, and every second step I want every -2, right? So you will get 8, then you get 6 4 2 0, and so on, right? So like that you can get it printed. I want you guys to uh, put some number and just see the example. Okay, so one more example I'll show you. So sometimes this will be asked in the interview, how you reverse the string without using any function and for loop. Okay, what is the short way of doing that? So here you can do that. You can just put colon colon -1. See here, the whole number will get reversed. 987654321 how it is getting reversed? See, you have not mentioned start as anything, right? End also anything. So you may think, okay, start I have not mentioned anything, then it will start from 0. But no, here you are giving negative step size as negative. So now start will be automatically get converted to -1, and then it will auto converted to the length -1, that is the last number. Okay, and negative indexing will tell, okay, it is starting from the negative side or back side. That's how you get the whole number reversed. I hope you understood backward slicing also from the forward side or the backward side. So I would suggest please pause the video, watch it again, and just give a try parallelly in your notebook. Okay, so that's all about slicing. Let's see what and all available string methods. So guys, as I mentioned in the previous video also, right, we have one function called dir, right? So I'll just take one example here. This is PyCSR video. Okay. Print A. Fine, you got the string. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get what and all method you can apply over the string. So let's see what and all methods available. So we have print, how to get method listed. We have one dir function and put name. Okay. So leave these part, whatever is starting and ending with the underscore, because once you understand the class concept, it will be easy to understand. So right now, ignore this. You just take a look at all those methods here. What and all doesn't have underscore. So we have capitalize, case fold, center, count, encode, and switch, expands, find, format. Format anyway, we are going to see that. And lot of options are there for string formatting. Okay, so you can make it all lowercase, all uppercase. Then we have join, then split, then z fill. So I'm not going to show all the example, but most of them I'm going to cover today. Okay, so first let's take a look at how it works. So whenever you are applying any methods available for a given data type, you have to type the variable name followed dot, then you can write the method name. So let's say I want to lowercase all the character in the given string. So all you just mention lower function, correct? See here, everything got lowercase. This will be very helpful once you start learning natural language processing. Okay, so please remember this function. This will be very handy. Now if I make upper, everything will get uppercase, correct? If you want to see what is the how this function works, right? So whenever you type opening bracket, you see this doc string is getting appeared. So this will be a functionality of a notebook which will show these detail or the documentation part. Or if you are not getting, then open bracket and press shift and tab. Shift and tab will enable or show the documents also. You see what it does? A dot upper return a copy of the string converted to uppercase. Okay. Now let me show you a couple of other functions. So let's say I want to count. So this count is nothing but, let me show what is the function. See here. This return the number of non-overlapping occurrences of substring in start and end. Okay. So basically, idea of this method is if you want to count a character, how many times it is present in the given string, right? So you can use the count function, count method. So let's say I want to count I. How many times it is present in the given string? So it is present 3 times. So in this we have I, then is 1 and video 1, right? So that's how we use it. Let me show one more thing here. Okay, title. I want to make it title. So what is basically title? Return a version of the string where each word is title case. Means every single word will be having first letter as uppercase. You see here, T, then I, then P, and video. Correct? We have something called capitalize. Let's see what
It's
it does.
9:30.
Where is capitalize? Yeah. Let's have a look what it does. Return a capitalized version of the string means only the first letter of the given string will be capital, rest will be small. Okay, so that's how you can apply the method over a given string. So a couple of more I will show. So we have, let's say, left justified, right? So let's see how you can use it. A dot L just return left justify string of length, right? So the given string you can make left justified by giving the width. So let's say I want to give 50. So you see here, so left justified means whole string will be shifted to left, and I want to have total length as 50. So remaining character will be left as blank, and you see your final string is ending here. Correct? What else you can do? And you see here, by default, it is filling character with space. So if you want to make 50 character and you want to fill with, let's say, hash, you just put hash here. See, the remaining character, instead of giving the hash, instead of giving space, it will add the hash. Or whatever character you want. Let's say I want add the rate. Right? So this is PyCSR video, and every character will, every remaining thing will be filled as at the rate. So this is what is left justified. I want you guys to try right justified or center. Then we have is lower, is numeric. So let's say if some string is there where it is completely lower or completely upper, right? So you can use using is lower. So I'll just show an example so that you can understand. A dot is lower. So what does it mean? Why it is returning Boolean false? Because we do have uppercase letter as well. Okay, so how to see true here? Let's say I give A equal to, this is PyCSR to B. Now you see true. Of course, everything is lowercase. That's why you are getting true. Okay, so that's how you can use is upper also. Then what else? So a couple of other important things we have here is, yeah, Z fill. I will show. I think in the previous video I have shown it, but again I'm going to explain a little more. Then we have somewhere is join, correct? Join, and one more is split. Okay, so let's see join and split. It will be asked in the interview also. So I will show you split method, how to use. Okay, I'll take one example here. This is another video. Okay, now split means whatever delimiter you see in the given string, right? Here delimiter means basically if what is the separator you see, right, between two words? That's what is your delimiter or separator. So you want to break the whole thing with that separator. So here I will break the whole string with the help of space. Okay, so to do that we have to use a dot split. Now you can see here the function split separator. So if you don't give anything, then what it will give? By default, it is taking as space. Okay, return a list of the words in the string using separator as the delimiter string. Okay, so it has given more data. You can just read it. Okay, so if you want to separate by space, it is exactly same. Okay, so it will separate by space, and the final outcome will be the list of all the words. So this is again very helpful once you do natural language processing, because during the pre-processing of the text, this will be used heavily. Okay. Now let me take another example here. A equal to this at the rate or hash. This is as another as video. Now there is no separator. So what it will give? Let's take a look. You got the whole string because there is no separator. There is no delimiter, right? But here I can separate the word by hash. So just identify and give the delimiter character hash. So I want to break the whole string with the help of hash. So our delimiter character will be hash. Then you get the list of all the words. That's how we use split. Okay. So now coming to this join. Now you have splitted the string and you would like to join it by some other character. Correct? How to do that? I'll take the same example. Let's say you have splitted it and I want to have a split character stored in the C. Okay. Now print C. But somehow I did not like hash. I would like to go with the $sign. How to join them? So again, I want to join the string, right? So where is my string? It is there under C. Correct? So we can use join sorry, C dot join with the help of what? What do you want to join, and with the help of what do you want to join? So I would like to join with dollar, join all the strings available in the C and print it. See here, this dollar is dollar another dollar video, right? That's how you perform join. So guys, do some more practice by playing around the characters and some special character. Try split join, and understand how it works. So this will be very helpful in interview. So as an interviewer, I mostly concentrate on this split join and couple of other methods also. Okay. Yeah, so that's all about string methods. What else we have? Split join, yeah, zfill. Let's take a look at zfill, why it is used. So I'm going to have a equal to, let's say, hello world. Print a. Now what I want to do, I want to use zfill for a. Let's see what it does. See, pad a numeric string with zeros on the left to fill a field with the given width. Okay, so if you want to have, let's say you have set of character in a given string or set of words in a given string or sentence, so you want to maintain uniform length of the sentences. Let's say you have 5 lines of code or 5 line of paragraph, right? Each line is having different set of length, right? So each line you want to have, let's say, 100 set of characters. So how you can do or how you can maintain unified length of each sentences by using zfill. Okay, so we'll use zfill. So as I mentioned, what it says needs width. So I want to maintain it by, let's say, 100. Okay, so what it does, it will maintain the length of whole string by 100 characters, and whatever number of characters are left, like it is not fulfilling the number of characters 100, it will fill with 0 on the left side. That's what it says, 0 on the left to fill a field of the given width. Okay. Similarly, I want to have, let's say, only 20 or 200 or just 20. Yeah. So if you give any number which is less than that, it is not going to fill because you already have maintained the length. So let's say I want to have z fill 2. It doesn't matter, right? It does not make any sense to use less number than the number of characters in the given string. So always use more number. Okay, so that's all about z fill. Now let's see how to do a different kind of formatting of the string. Okay, guys, so this is very helpful whenever you would like to print a lot of statement with variable number of output in the given statement, right? So I'm going to define few examples here. A equal to, let's say I have Pankaj, B equal to PyCSR, right? Int A, int B. So let's see how to use it. I would like to print Pankaj and PyCSR in a single statement, right? So let's see print how you can do that manually in case you are not aware of string formatting. Mostly a normal person or newbie, this is what they are going to do. A, then plus so A is preparing, then B, then plus, then video, right? See, Pankaj is preparing PyCSR video. I can just give one space. So see, you need to have, look back and forth and understand how it is going to be printed, correct? So to avoid this kind of issue and cumbersome job, you have formatting by using curly braces. Okay, so let's see how you can achieve same thing by using curly braces. So what I will do, I'll just use print. You just write this PyCSR video, and followed by format. So under format, what you have to use, how many times you have used curly braces, same number of variable to be used. So I have used 2 times, of course, 2 variable I'm going to print, right? I'll just use A and B. See, Pankaj is preparing PyCSR video. That's how you use curly braces. Okay. Now remember, guys, in format, whatever indexing you have used or whatever order you have used, same order it will be printed. So A will go to the first curly bracket and B will go to the second curly bracket, opening and closing. Okay. So now assume that you would like to print PyCSR first and Pankaj's second video. How will you do that? So one way to do is you just enter here in a different way. PyCSR is preparing Pankaj video, right? So this is one way to do that, or it doesn't look good, right? Because you have to change the order. So what the best way is, or optimized way is, use same order B here, but here you can alter the indexing. So in the curly braces, you can use the indexing also. Indexing of what? Inside format, whatever you use. So A will be your first index, that is 0th index, and B will be your first index, right? So I can use 0 and I can use 1 here. Okay. Now you can just use 1 and just toggle the number here. That's all. That's how you use numbering in the indexing. So this is with the indexing. Now let's see how to use exclamation R and exclamation S. So here we have something called, so again I'll be using A and B. So what you can do, so exclamation R is used basically a raw format. So an exclamation S will be the string as it is. Okay, and here you can use A and B. See here. So in all the output, you will see apostrophe is not mentioned for any of the string whatever is printed. But if you would like to print, then use a raw format, that is exclamation R. And string is nothing but the way you have used earlier. Even if you don't mention, it will be same output. Okay. So let me just remove it. That's how we use it for string formatting. Now let's see how to do using left and right center justification. Okay. So what I will do, I'll take similar example. Equal to PyCSR. I'll just leave the space also. Print. Now let's see how you can do the justification by using left, right, and center. So you can use print, then of course in the bracket, then this, then curly braces, PyCSR. So for justification, we have to use colon, then we have left, then we have what and all number you want to use. Let's say I want to left justify by 20 character, right? Then dot format, then what I want to print A. Okay. You see here, this is 20 character, not just PyCSR. It's to double click, then you see the total length. Okay. Now, how to do that right? Then it will be right side. Similarly, you can have center. So for center, use character. Okay. Now you can see left, right side, and the center. So here you are not able to identify because it is not padded with any character, right? So similar example you can see with the help of padding. So by using this, so I'll just use some padding. So I want to have left character padded with hash. See here, I want to have right character padded with dollar. I want to have all the remaining left and right side to be padded with @ See here. It's very nice formatting. This is one of the preferred way of formatting the output using this method. Okay, so please remember that, do some more practice, then you'll understand. And this will be heavily used if you are creating a lot of output formatting related stuff. Okay, so we have something called number formatting, right? I just mentioned here number formatting to binary, then octa or hex. Okay, let's see how to do that. So if I take one example, let's say 230 a number or maybe 20 a number, how you can format in a different binary form, different number format. Okay, so you can use in column. B is for binary. Okay. And here I use B format. Okay, so this is the binary of A. Now, if I have to identify this is really a binary format, so what you can do, just put hash. So it will append 0B. That is the denotation of the binary format. Okay, similarly, you can get the octa. So I can put O, that is for octa format. Similarly, I can use hex. So hash input hex, that is x, 0 plus 14. So that's how we do number formatting using this B, O, and X. Okay, so guys, that's all about string. I hope you liked it, and you would have definitely enjoyed it because a lot of internal detail I'm explaining in a very minute detail. Okay, and these kind of interview questions can be asked. What is multi-line comment? How do you define and where to use? So I have already shown triple quote. Can we alter characters to a defined string? No, because string is an immutable data type. String is mutable or immutable? Of course, it is immutable. How do you print all characters in reverse order of a given string? Using square bracket, colon, colon, -1. That is the reverse slicing. Okay. What is split and join method and how to use them? I have already given the example. So I would say just go to that particular section and pause the video again and just give a try in parallel in your notebook. Okay. So that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed. Please do like my video and subscribe the channel if you haven't subscribed yet. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to talk about another Python data type, that is list. So let's see what and all I'm going to cover today. I'll share my desktop. Okay, so we'll see what is the list definition, a lot of examples, how to check type of list, concatenation, repetition, and indexing, and slicing. Okay, so these four things are exactly common across list, string, list, and tuple data type. So those who have not watched my previous video, that is string data type, I would suggest please pause it and watch the previous video first, because this concept is going to be exactly same. So there I have talked in detail. Here it will be in short. So please watch and come back. Okay, then we'll see available list methods and what are most common methods used in the list, and a lot of interview related questions. Okay, so let's see the definition of the list. So list is a heterogeneous sequence data type. Okay, so what I mean to say about heterogeneous, any kind of data can be used as an element of the list. A single list may contain data types like integer, string, as well as objects. So guys, in Python, whatever you define, everything will be treated as a, or everything will get created as a object. Okay, so like you are giving a equal to 2. So a is nothing but, though it is a container for variable value to store here. So that will be treated as a, once it is defined, it will become an object. So object, what kind of object? So if it is list value or integer value or float value and so on, so that kind of object will be holding. So in previous class also I mentioned we will be talking about mutable, immutable, right? So string was immutable and list is mutable, means once it is defined you can modify its internal elements. Okay, it's an ordered data type. So let's see a lot of examples. So how to create the list. So first we are going to create an empty list. How to create empty list? Just give A equal to square bracket. Okay, I'll just mention here. So let me print A, and I'll also just print, I'll just show the type of this data. Okay, so you see this is the empty list and this belongs to the list class. Okay, so by looking at the square bracket, we see there's no data in this, right? There's no element in this. So we are able to see, okay, this is an empty list, but how to check or how to prove it? Okay, so we have, as I mentioned in the previous class also, we have one keyword called length. What is the length of A? So it will show 0, means there is no element. So this list is an empty list. Okay, this is how you create. So now coming to the heterogeneous part. So heterogeneous means any kind of data type, right? So when I mention any kind of data type, means it could be integer, double, float, and there could be a string inside a list. There could be complex data type in a list. There could be a list inside a list. Okay, there could be a list object inside a list. There could be a dictionary inside a list. So let's see one by one how to define it. So I'll take A equal to, so I'll just define one integer value, then let's say one float value without 0. Okay, so 2 dot and 2.0 both are same in the Python. Then let's say 3.4. Then I'll take one complex data type, 2 plus 3j. I'll take string data type, so PyCSR. I'll take one tuple. First I'll take the list inside. So let's say 4, 5, 6. Then I'll just define tuple. Don't worry about tuple because I'm going to talk in detail in the next class. 2, 3. Dictionary. So again, dictionary I'll be taking in the next class. Okay. So this will be, let's say, A. Yeah, so this will be taught in detail in the next video. Let's print. See here, so that's what I meant to say about heterogeneous. Any kind of data type can be used inside a list. Okay, fine. So what is the length of the list? Let me type, then I'll need length. Okay, so it belongs to list class, and total 8 number of elements are there. Okay, so now we'll see how to check type of. Okay, so type anyway I have already shown. So this will be, so those who are having difficulty to use notebook, I would suggest watch my second video where I'll be talking about Python interpreter and Jupyter notebook and how to set up the environment. Okay, so everything you can watch there, then come back. Okay, so this is the way to check the type of object. So here list objects, that's why you are getting list class. Okay, so in previous class I have talked about concatenation and repetition. Those are nothing but adding two lists or concatenating two lists. Okay, it doesn't mean that whatever elements are there in one list and whatever elements are there in another list, that will be added together. Mathematical operation will be done. No, it's not like that. It is just like concatenating one list with another list, and output of this will be another list which will be expanded form. Means first list and two lists will be concatenated together. Okay, so let's see the example here. Equal to 4, 5, 6. Okay. Print A, print B, print. I'll give C equal to A plus B. Okay. So again, I mentioned earlier also, and here also I'm reiterating. Whenever you are doing any, whenever you are using any operator like plus and star, right? So both the data type has to be of same length, not same length, basically of same type. So string plus string, list plus list, then integer number or float number, or integer plus integer, integer plus float, like that it should be. It cannot be of different data type. It will be throwing an error. Okay, so print C. So this is your print A, this is your output of B, and this is your final output of C. So you see here, guys, both list got concatenated together, and the length of C will be the length of A plus length of B, that is total 6. Okay, so that's how you do concatenation. Now let's see how to do repetition. So repetition is nothing but repeating one particular list in n number of times. Okay, so I'll just take one example here. So let's say I want to repeat this list n number of times, right? So you can simply write A star, let's say 5 times. So what is happening? 1, 2, 3, then another 1, 2, 3, like that. Total 5 times it will be repeating. So the final length of the list will be the length of original list multiplied by 5. Okay. So let me just define it here and print A and C. A, then C, then print length of C. Okay, you see it. And what was the length of A? It was 3, and final list length will be 5 multiplied by 3, because we are repeating the list element by 5 times. Okay, so this is about repetition. Now let's talk about indexing. So again, I'm reiterating, indexing and slicing concept is same as what we did in the string. So here I'm just going to show you how to do forward indexing and backward indexing. Okay. So again, those who are seeing this video first time, so I would suggest please watch my string data type video. There I have talked a little more about this. And those who are seeing first time, so remember guys, in the Python, indexing will start from 0 to length -1, and backward indexing or negative indexing will start from -1 to length of the minus length of the list. Okay, so let's see the example here. So I'm going to define one list which will have, I'll just take the same Python example instead of taking number this time. PYTH4, then N. Okay, so let's print A colon. Okay, so let me just write the syntax here once again to make it easy for you guys to understand. So the name of variable, then here it will be start number, then n, then step size. Okay, start if not given by default 0 or -1 in case negative index is given, and will be length -1, or negative length in case negative indexing is used, step size +1, negative step to be used if backward slicing is used. Okay, fine. So let's do the example here. So I'm just going to use, let's say, colon. So as I mentioned, if I don't do start and end and step size, it is going to print whole length. Why? Because start, if you don't give by default, it will be taken as 0, and end, if you don't give by default, it will be length -1. That's why you are getting whole set of elements. If I don't give this step size also, so by default it is +1. Okay, so same output. Now if I give, let's say 4 here, so what does this mean? Start I have not given, so it will take from 0, and 4 is nothing but your length, that is the end index. So as I mentioned, end will always be excluded. End will always be excluded. Okay. So that's why 4 is always excluded, means 4 minus 1, that is 3. So 0 to 3 will be 0 to 3 element will be printed, that is 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now let's do, so 0 to 3 every second element, right? So this is your first element and this is your second element. That's how you got it. Okay. Now if I give print, let's say here I give 2, and if I give 10, sorry, end, and without any step size, means 2 till last. So if I don't give end size, means by default it will be the end. So starting from 2, that is 0, 1, 2, 2 onwards, TH1 will be printed. Okay. Similarly, if I give 2, I don't want end, that is till length minus 1, and every third element, right? So the 0, 1, 2. From 2, I want every third. So 2 will be 2, second index will be included, then 1, 2, 3. That is third. So T and N will be printed. Okay, so that's how we do for our positive indexing. Let's take a look at negative indexing. Okay, so negative indexing, as I mentioned, whenever you are using negative values. So I'm going to use -1 to -5, right? So nothing is printed because, as I mentioned, whenever you're using negative index, you have to identify, or you have to give the negative step size, that is -1. Explicitly you have to mention. Okay, because see, you are taking -1 to -5, so your boundary is from here to here. Let me use pen and explain it. See here. So -1 to -5, you have given the border. Okay, but how it is going to treat? It is going to add +1 if you don't define the step size. So by default step size is what? +1, right? There is that +1. Okay, so first index will be what? -1 +1, that is 0. So it is not at all falling under the boundaries. So that's why you are not getting any output. It will be empty. Okay, and this is the reason whenever you are going to do negative indexing or backward indexing, you must explicitly give the negative index size. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, so again I'm reiterating, if you don't give, you will get negative, you will not get anything. So I have to give explicitly mention negative step size. So let's give -1. So now it will start from n, that is -1, then -1 -1 -2. So -2 is O. O will be printed. Then -2 -1 will be added again. It will become -3. So -3 is what? H. You will get H. Then what is the last? -5. -5 and -1 -6. Correct? So since it is going to be excluded, so it will be -4. That's why you are getting T. Okay. So that's about this. Now, if I take this -1 till end without any step size, what will be happening? So there's no step size, so of course it will be just taking the first one. Okay, so that's how you got end. Now let's take about this -1 to 4. So see here, -1 to 4. What is this? -1 to 4. So only one element will be printed. Sorry, -1 to 4, because I have not given. This is the positive index, right? We are not going in this direction. We are going in the reverse direction. So what we have to give in the reverse direction, we have to give negative indexing. Okay, so it is this. Now let's give -2 to, okay, this time I'm going to give -5. Let's see what is happening. -5 to -2. Now you pause and see what is the answer you are getting. Okay, then I'll explain why it is coming like this. So -5 to -2. -5 to -2. Why it is giving YTH? Why not OHT? Why? Because if you see -5 is nothing but your 1 and -2 is nothing but your 4. So basically I'm moving in the left to right direction. So that is again a positive indexing, and by default positive indexing will take +1 size, which is already there, right? That's why you're getting YTH. Now in case I'm going to give -2 to -5. So -2 to -5 is nothing but right to left, right? So right to left means, of course, we are going to go backward direction, so it has to be mentioned as -1. Okay, so now you get OHT. Now the last one, if you don't mention anything and you give only the negative step size, what will happen? So in my previous class also I mentioned, if you don't give start and end, then by default it will be taken as 0 and length -1. But the moment you mention -1 as negative step size, start will become your -1 and will become the length. Okay, so due to this you'll get the whole element in the reverse order. So again, I'm telling you guys, this will be asked in the interview, how you reverse the whole element of the list or string without using for loop. Okay, so this is the best way. Using slicing we can do that. So that's about backward slicing or negative slicing. Okay, so indexing I had already mentioned. Let me just put it here. See. Okay, so indexing, you just have to give the number. So if I give 1 or if I give 3, whatever number, whatever element is there in that position, you get it back. In the backward, you just give negative indexing. So if I give -1, if I give -3, you get this. Okay. Okay, so now let's next ones we'll see what are the various available methods for the list. Here I've just mentioned most commonly used, like append, pop, remove, insert. We are going to see example for every. Okay, I'll just define a small list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Enter. Let's take dir. So those who are not aware what is dir function, it will return the list of supported methods for the given object. So here my object is A, that is list type. Okay. So here you see here. So again I am mentioning, please ignore all the methods here, whatever you mentioned with the underscore, because those to get to know what are those, then you have to understand the OOPS concept and all, right? So let's ignore for time being. We'll see this in the OOPS concept. So take a look at those which is not having underscore, just a normal name. So these are the methods: append, clear, copy, count, extend, index, insert, pop, remove, reverse, and sort. Okay. So these are the most commonly used list methods. Okay, so let's see how to use them. So remember guys, as I mentioned, list is mutable data type. So whenever you are going to apply any of these methods, your original list will get modified. So before applying this method, be careful what you are going to do. Okay, if you don't care whether my original list is getting modified or not, blindly you can use it. If you do care, then take a copy of the original list, then you apply these methods. Okay, so print A, just mentioned. Okay, so what I'm going to do first, I'll show you how to append. So append method is nothing but, so list is kind of a stack. First come, first whatever element you are adding, that will be first, then again you are adding, it will be on top of that. Okay, so that's how stack will start getting built. And whenever you append, then always it will get appended at the last. Okay, so take a look at this, a dot append. See what this method does. See, it does append object to the end of the list. Okay, as I mentioned, it is a stack, so it will be appending at the end. So what it needs, it just needs one element. So element is nothing but, it could be any integer, any data type, or it can be another object which you are going to append. So I'm just going to append, let's say 40. After that, I'm going to print a after appending and before appending. See here. So this was my original list, and after appending, see what happened. Original list got modified. Okay. So of course, whenever you keep appending the list in the list element in the list, then of course size will also increase by those number of elements. Okay, so let's see the next one. We have append and we have pop. Pop is nothing but you did pop out the last element from the list. Okay, so I'm just going to show you the example. What it does. So by default, it is taking index -1 means by default, it is going to pop out the last element of the list. However, it is not mandatory. You can put any indexing here to pop out that particular element. Okay. So let's say I'm going to give 0. Okay. By default, let's pop. So since it is popping out, so it is going to return some element, right? So I'll just take a temp variable and print temp, and let's print the original list here, then pop out, print what is popped out, and let's see what is left out in the original list. See here. So this was my original list. I popped out. So as I mentioned, pop will by default pop the last element of the list. And after popping out the last element, what is left of? Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you keep doing that, then what will happen? It will keep shrinking the list size. Okay. If I do again, then what will happen? See here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because it is already popped out, right? So now I'm going to pop out the last element is 5. So 5 will get popped out, and original list will be left off only 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's take a look at another example where I'm going to give the index for popping out, rather popping out the last element. Okay. So I'll just mention here. Given index. Okay, so original list, then I'll just pop out, let's say 0th element, or let's say second element. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Print what is my temp, and after that this list. Okay, so here is my original list 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm popping out second element. So what was second element? 0, 1, 2. That is third. 3, right? So 3 will get popped out. That's what it is printed out. And after that, what will happen? The 4 will be shifted by 1. Okay, because that's what you did, right? So 3, this space will be left out. So 4 will be shifted out to the third place. And you will be leaving left out with the 1, 2, and 4. That's how you use pop. Now let's see what is the use of remove. I'm going to define another list once again. Int a dot, let's see what it does first. Okay. So remove. So remove, what it does, remove first occurrence of a value. Okay. So I'm going to define another value, let's say 12. Okay. So what does it mean? First occurrence of a value. If you are going to remove, let's say 4, it doesn't mean that whatever number of occurrences of 4 is there, everything will get removed. It will remove the first occurrence. So our first occurrence is after 2, that is 1, 2, 4. So this 4 will get removed, and this 4 will be intact. It is not going to be removed. Okay. So that's what it is telling. First occurrence of the value. Let's bring this. So 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5. This was my original list. And after removing the 4 element, this is nothing but the not an 4 is not an index. Be careful, okay? It is a value. It's a value which needs to be removed. Okay. So this 4 got removed, then 3 shifted here, then 4 and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. That's how remove works. Now let's take a look at insert. Insert is also another very commonly used method of the list. I'm going to take this list again. Let's see how it works. Insert object before index. Okay. So it will take two elements. One is index, at what position you are going to insert the element. Okay. And what particular object you are going to insert. So I'm going to insert, let's say at 0th index, I want to insert 100. Okay. Let's see what happens. So this was my original list 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and I'm going to insert 100 at 0th position. Okay, so the final list will be this. So at 0th position, I got 100. Okay, so let me show you clear and count also. Other remaining you guys can try. Okay. So I'll just take 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. First, I'll show count what it does. So I'll just take another 1 and 2 and so count what it does basically, which value you would like to see, how many times it is occurred in the given list. Return number of occurrences of a value. So I see so many values of 1 is present, right? So I would like to count 1, how many times it is present in 8. So let's see. It is going to return the count. So I'm going to print C. So total 5 times it is present. That's how you use count. Now let's see how to use what is the next one? Clear, right? Clear. What it does, remove all items from the list. What will happen? So I'll just print A, and after clearing out, print A. See here. So this is the best way to clear all the elements. So basically, from the fill in a list, you are going to make it an empty. Okay. So whatever elements are there, that will get cleared. Okay, so that's all about common methods. Now we'll see how to modify the list of the element. So how to modify elements. Yeah, this should be good enough. Okay, so let's say you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And 8. So this will also be asked in the interview. How do you alter the element of the list? Because it is mutable, right? So what do you do? So there are two ways to do that. So one is, okay, only one way, by using the assignment operator, right? So you take the index. Let's say I want to alter the last element, that is 5 as 50. So what I can do, take the index and put whatever value you want and print A once again. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the index and I'm going to assign some value. Okay, so that's how you assign the value to a particular index. So another way was you do the insert, correct? Okay, so this is what we got. So fifth element got changed to 50. Okay, so this is the way you do the assignment. And there's another way, like you do bulk assignment, right? So this, you need to be very careful here what you're going to do. So let's say I want to change 0 to third element to 0. Okay, so print A is this. So 0 to 0, 1, and 2, 0 to 2. So I can mention 0 to 2. This is one way to do that. So this will work only when you are sure how many elements are there and those number of elements to be mentioned here. 0, 0, and 0. Then only it will be modified. Why? Because see, in Python, whenever you are assigning value, right? So left hand side and right hand side. So how many number of variables you have taken and how many value you are assigning. So there is something called packing and unpacking, right? So here unpacking is going to happen. So you are going to unpack these element and someone should be there at the left side of the assignment operator to consume those values, right? So if you don't give this, if you just give 0, then what will happen? Those three values cannot be unpacked and assigned to a just single variable, right? A single index. So it has to be number of equal number of giver or taker should be there. Okay. So this is another way to modify the list. Now, how to delete? List. So I'll take the same example here. So printed, there is one delete keyword, which is Python inbuilt keyword, and by this you can just delete it. Okay. Delete, what will happen? So original list was there. After that, you are deleting, and when you delete, after deleting, basically you are going to print it, right? So what is happening? The variable which you have deleted, you are trying to access again, which is not at all existing in the memory, right? And that's why it is showing the error. Name is not defined because it is no more present in the memory. Okay. So this is the way to delete it. Okay, guys. So that's all about list. These are very common way to operate or work over the list. Now let's see what and all interview questions can be asked. Okay, so how to create an empty list. So as I mentioned already, so you give a equal to. So let me just give the answer also. You can write a equal to empty. How to alter elements in a given list? I just showed you guys. Use assignment operator. Okay. Can we alter elements of a defined list? Yes. Yes, because it is mutable data type. Okay, how to clear elements of a list? I already mentioned there is a clear method. Okay, which one is fast? Append or insert? Explain why with the example. Okay, so append and insert definitely I'm going to explain in the tips and tricks class video. Okay, so which will help you to understand why it is, because I have to give some more example with the runtime execution details also. Okay, so list is mutable or immutable? It is mutable. How do you print all elements in reverse order of a given list? So you can just use colon colon minus one. Okay. So this is the answer. Just put it column so that it doesn't get mixed. Okay, guys. So I hope you liked this video, and I want you guys to play the video, pause it, and again try in parallel to get most out of this video and out of this tutorial. Okay. So these are very fundamental concept. So in every interview, this will be a lot of questions will be asked in the list data type. Okay, so please watch my previous video also, string related and different operators related and this data type. And next video, I'm going to talk about next tuple, next data type as tuple, then followed by dictionary. Okay, so after dictionary, I think your all data type related video will be over. And after that, I'm going to talk about word control structure and stuff. Then actual programming can be done. Okay, so thank you everyone, and please subscribe my video if you haven't subscribed. So that's all, and leave the comment if you have any doubt in the video, or whatever doubt you have and query, please leave it. And I'm going to explain about this in the next class, or maybe I'll reply with the comment. And you're putting your queries and question, definitely it is going to help others also. So please don't hesitate, just put it and wait for my reply. Okay. Thank you everyone. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to talk about another Python data type, that is tuple. So let's see what and all I'm going to cover today. I'll share my screen. Okay, so those who are landed to this video first time, I would suggest please go back to my playlist and take a look at string data type video and this data type video. Okay, so I have explained a lot of concept. Similar concept will be available in tuple also, so I will not be talking in detail. So I would suggest please watch those videos and come back here. Okay, so we'll be seeing the tuple definition and a lot of examples, how to check the type of tuple, and couple of tuple operation like concatenation, repetition. Then again, we'll be seeing indexing and slicing, what we have done in string and list. Okay, then we'll see what and all methods are available. Very limited methods because it is read-only tuple, which I'll talk about it. Okay, then though it is very small topic, but a lot of interview questions will be arising in this data type. Okay, so I mentioned here, we'll see one by one. Okay, so let's see its definition. So it's a heterogeneous sequence data type. Okay, so what I mean to say heterogeneous means any kind of data type can be used as an element for the tuple sequence. Okay, a single tuple may contain data types like integer, string, as well as objects. Tuples are immutable data type and hence they cannot be altered after their creation. So if you remember string and tuple, which I have talked earlier also, they are immutable, means once it is defined, they cannot be modified. They can be deleted, but internal contents cannot be modified. List as in another sequence data type, but that is mutable. So once it is defined, we can modify its content. Okay, it's an ordered data type. It is also known as read-only data type because once they are defined, it cannot be modified. This is also very famous interview questions. So what kind of data type it is? Other than immutable, you can say it is read-only because once it can be, it is defined, it cannot be altered. Okay, so let's see the example here. How to define the tuple. So I'll take one variable called a equal to. So this is to define the empty tuple. Int a, int type of a. Yeah. So a equal to, so tuple notation will start from small bracket. Then how to check the type of it using type function. Okay. So this is the way you define the empty tuple. And of course, you can check the length of this using length function. That is 0, means there is no element. Okay. Let's see a couple of other, because as I mentioned, it is heterogeneous, right? So let's see what and all element can be used. So I'll use integer, then some float value, then string. I can use dictionary as well. I can use complex data type. Okay. So here is the tuple which is getting printed using print function, and its type is tuple. It belongs to tuple class. Okay. So one more question which will be like most frequently it will be asked in the interview. How do you define single element in tuple? So let's take a look here. So you may see, okay, I'm using this small bracket, then we can directly define a equal to small bracket 1, right? So let's see whether it is correct or wrong. And let's check why, how, what is the type of variable a. Okay, now you may be wondering why it is integer type, though I have defined as a tuple. So remember guys, this bracket is optional. Okay, so whenever you don't use bracket, it will be treated as normal integer type if I talk about just one. And if you use bracket and if you don't add one single comma, then it will be treated as integer. So comma is mandatory, then only it will become a tuple. Okay, so let's take a look. I'll just copy paste. Okay, so that's how this comma is differentiating with normal defining one and along with comma. Okay, so once you use comma, then it will become as a tuple. Okay, so please remember this. This will be asked in the interview. Okay, how to check data type? I have already mentioned is equal to 1 type of a. So it belongs to tuple class. Now let's see concatenation. So what is concatenation, guys? So in my previous video also I talked about it. So this is nothing but concatenating or adding two tuple element. Okay. So I'll define a equal to 1, 2, 3, b equal to 4, 5, 6. Now let's add a plus b. See what happens. So it will create a new tuple by adding first tuple element and second tuple element, right? So this will be helpful only because as I mentioned, it is read only. You cannot modify the original tuple once it is defined, right? So best way is you create another one and keep adding the element and create a new one. because original cannot be modified. Okay, so that's about concatenation. Let's see the repetition. So repetition, as I mentioned earlier also, this will be used using a star operator by which you can repeat one particular object in n number of times. Okay, so I'll just take 1, 2, and 3, and a star, let's say I give 5. Okay, so this tuple element will be repeated 5 times and will create a new tuple. That's how you perform the repetition. Okay, now coming back to indexing and slicing. So this is exactly same as whatever I have explained in the list and string. Okay, so I'll just reiterate once again. So indexing always starts from 0, and we have two way of indexing. One is positive indexing, that is forward indexing, means left to right, and one is negative indexing, or also known as backward indexing, you by using negative index. Okay, so positive index will start from 0, negative index will start from -1 till length of that particular list or tuple. Okay, so let's take a look how to do forward indexing or positive indexing. I'll create one small example using P, then Y, then T, O, and A. Okay, so here is the tuple element P, Y, T, H, O, N. Now let's see how to do the indexing. So I'll just use 0. It means it will print the first element of the tuple. Let's use another index. 3, that is third element. So third element is what? 0, 1, 2, 3, H, right? Now let's use another element. Say, well, what if I give 9? It will throw an error because, as I mentioned earlier, also indexing you have to use only those possible number whatever is falling between the 0 and length -1. Okay, so 9 is going out of index. That's why you are getting tuple index out of range. Okay, so I'll just comment it. Later you can try by downloading the notebook. I'll just use 4, 5. Okay, so that's how you do forward indexing. Let's take similar example and use backward indexing. So in backward indexing, what I mentioned, you can use negative index right from -1 till length. So -1 is nothing but your last character or last element of the tuple. Then I'll use -3, that is -1, -2, -3H, -5 is nothing but your -1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is character 5. Okay, so that's all about forward and backward slicing. Let's talk about, sorry, forward and backward indexing. Let's talk about slicing. So slicing, as I mentioned, it is nothing but taking subset of the sequence. So you have whole sequence, let's say 10 character, I want from 0 to 4th character, or 0 to 4th element, then 4 to 8th element, right? So that's how you do slicing. So in slicing also you can do positive indexing and by using negative indexing. So we'll see examples. Okay, so for this you have to use again print a, then square bracket notation, and let me write down the syntax here once again so that you can refer it. So what is syntax? You have to use variable name followed by square bracket, then you have start index followed by column, then end, then step size. Okay, where start is nothing but 0 if not provided. End is length -1 if not provided. If provided, then it is always excluded. Okay, then step size always +1 if not provided, minus negative. I just mentioned negative index, negative step size to be used in case of backward slicing. We'll see the example, then you'll understand. Okay, so that's all about syntax of the slicing. Now forward slicing, so we'll just use column column. Okay, so I'm not providing a start index, I'm not providing end index. Then what does it mean? Start will be by default 0 if not provided, and will be length -1 if not provided, and step size by default is +1 if not provided, right? So I'm going to get the whole string. Oh, sorry, whole tuple element, right? So let's take another example. I can give column. Okay, so step size anyway by default +1. So it doesn't matter if you provide double column or single column. Okay, now let's take another example. I'm starting from 2 and end index is not provided, means it will go till the last. Okay. I'm starting with 2 and every second element, right? So it will start from 2. So 0, 1, 2. T has come, okay? And after that, every second element. So after T, you have second element as O. So that's why you got O. After O, we don't have any second element. That's why no more elements, right? Now I can give, let's say 2, then I can give 8 without step size. So what does it mean? Starting from 2 till end 8. So as I mentioned in the syntax, 8, that is ends index will be always excluded. So 8 minus 1, 7. So 2 to 7 will be printed. Okay, that is 2 to 7, THON. Okay, so after n we don't have anything. So the good thing about slicing is, even though you are giving index out of range, it is not going to throw an error. Whatever is coming before that, it will print that those number of elements. Okay, so I can just make another example here. Let's say 2 to 6 I give. Okay, so 6 is out of range, but 6 anyway it is excluded, so it will fall till 5. So 2 to 5 will be printed. Okay, in fact, if you give 800, so at least 2 it is starting, but end index it is not there. But before, after 2 to 800, whatever is coming, everything will get printed. Okay, so in the slicing, don't think that you cannot give out of index. You can give, but whatever is falling within the range, only those elements will be printed. Okay, so let's take another example. Column, I give, let's say 2. So from 0 to last, every second element. So first will come P, then T, then O. So okay, so that's about forward slicing. Let's take a look at backward slicing. So in backward slicing, guys, what I mentioned, let me just copy this. Okay, so backward slicing, as I mentioned, it will start from negative index, starting from -1 till length. Okay, so I just delete this. So column, you are not giving start, you are not giving end, then by default 0 to 1, which we have already seen. Let's take a look here. I want to print everything in a reverse order. Okay, so you can give column -1. So start, since you have not given, it will be starting from here, and end also you have not given, it will be taken as last. But here we are giving negative index because I want to print from backside. So the moment Python interpreter sees the step size is -1, then start will be your -1 and will be almost the last one. Okay, that's how you get the whole element get printed in the reverse order. Let's take some more example. I'm giving -2 to -5. Okay, so what is my -2? O and -5 will be excluded. So -5 and then -5. So -5 minus -1. So minus minus will become plus. So -5 plus 1, that is -4. So -1 to -4 will get printed. Okay, but remember, as I mentioned, when you are going backward slicing or negative indexing slicing, then you have to mention step size explicitly as -1. Okay, so now you see O, H, and T. So -2, -3, -4. Okay, similarly, you can give -1. I want from -1 to -5. So -5 will be excluded till -4 it will come. So -1, -2, -3, -4 will get printed. Okay. Let's see another example. So if I give, let's say, -5 to -2. Now pause for a bit and let's see why it is not giving any value. Okay. So remember guys, this is very important concept. I have explained in the previous video also. Now see in what direction you are moving. From -5 to -2, -5 to -2, you are moving to forward direction. Left to right means -5 is nothing but 1 and -2 is nothing but 4. But here what we are giving the step size, -1. We are trying to move to the reverse direction, but you are giving as forward direction. Okay. So that's why none of the elements are falling within this range or within this bracket. So that is the reason you are not getting any element, right? So for this, what you have to do, you have to give positive index. Give either 1 or you don't give anything because by default is +1. Okay, so remember this. Now let's take another example. So this time I'm going to give 1 and I can give -2 also. Why? Because -2 is nothing but 4, right? So 1 to 4 is nothing but same as 1 to -2, correct? So here I'm going in a forward direction, so no need to mention step size. By default, it is +1 only. Okay. Now let's take some other example. I'm going to print 4 to -5. Okay, again you got empty. Why? Because 4 is nothing but -2 and -5 we are giving. So this itself is telling you are moving from backward direction, right? So in this case, mandatory thing is you have to give negative step size. Okay, otherwise you'll get empty data. I can give -1 or -2, whatever you want. Okay, so I hope you understood this one. And yeah, this is going to take some time to understand. So I would say please pause the video, understand the concept once again, keep trying in parallel in your notebook. Okay, then you'll get better hands-on. Okay, so that's all about forward slicing and backward slicing. Let's take a look at what are available methods for tuple. I'll just take one example, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so as I mentioned, dir is the function which will print all the supported methods for any object. So I'm going to give a, that is tuple. So guys, here if you notice, we have only 2 methods available, count and index. Okay, so I'll just take one more example here to show you the difference between list and tuple. Just take 2 and 3. Print p dir of b. Okay, so the purpose of showing this is because, as I mentioned, list is mutable type, so you can do a lot of operation, right? Because it provides the flexibility to modify its content, right? But tuple is immutable, you cannot modify any data. That's why you don't have any more method associated with tuple. You can just count the element, you can just do the indexing of the element, right? But you see, in the list we have pop, we have remove, insert, sort, append, copy. So these are the methods which will modify your internal content of the list, correct? Because it is immutable. So please remember that these are the only methods supported for the tuple. Okay, so let's take an example of how to use of this count. We have already seen in the string as well as list, exactly same way you can use in the tuple also. Okay, so let's take a look at another example. Okay, so all you can use is count of 1. How many times 1 is present, right? Let me add some more 1, then you understand. So 3 times 1 is present. We have 3 also. How many times it is present? 2 times, right? Now let's see what indexing does. A dot index See here. So it will give the index of the value, whichever value is coming. So return first index of a value. Why the first index? Because you can have some repeated elements also, right? So it will give the first occurrence of that. It will give the index of the first occurrence of that particular value. So I would like to have another list here. Oh, sorry, tuple, where I'll give 1, 10, 20, 300, 400, right? And I want to get the index of, let's say, 10. You see it is giving 1 because it is present at 0 and first position which is present. Let's take a look at another example. 400. It is giving 4 positions, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how you check the index, and that's how you count the occurrences of that particular number in the tuple. Okay, so guys, this topic is very small, but yeah, a lot of interview questions comes in the tuple data type. So let's see what and all interview questions can be asked. So first is like how to create an empty tuple. So this you already know. We have this a and type of a. Right? This is the way to create the empty tuple, and how you can prove it is empty? Print length of a, which is nothing but 0. Okay. Now, how to define single element tuple? This is very important question. I would suggest to repeat once again. Go to the beginning of the video. I have already talked about it. A equal to, don't just give 1. Okay. It is not a tuple type. I can just prove once again. Here it is integer, because if you define single element in tuple, that 1 is mandatory. 1 comma. Okay. I just mentioned so that we can refer it later. Okay, so difference between 1 comma, a equal to 1 comma, and a equal to 1. Okay, so as I mentioned during the beginning of the video, bracket is not mandatory while defining the tuple. Okay, so here if a equal to, you type 1, then you can type 1 and use the type function to get its type belongs to what. Okay, see what it is giving, integer, right? Now if you write the same thing along with comma, what happens? It has become tuple because it is following the rule for defining tuple. If any single element which is ending with comma, that will belong to tuple class. This is the way to define it. Okay. Now same way as I mentioned,
It's 6:30.
same as this one, because it's not in tuple. Okay, so you can define like this also. So a equal to single element tuple, I should mention. Okay. Now, how to alter elements of a given tuple? Is it possible? Not possible. This is the answer interviewer will expect. Not possible because tuple is immutable data type. Okay, how to clear all elements of tuple? So this I had already mentioned earlier also. So can you clear or not? So let's take a look whether it is possible or not, because that method is not shown in the dir function, right? So let's see what it does. A dot clear. See here, tuple object has no attribute here, so not possible. But what is possible? You can delete the whole tuple. Okay, that is the only possible way. How to delete? Okay. Okay, so I'll just show whether assignment you can do or not. A equal to 1, 2, and 3. Print A. So you remember in the list we were using assignment operator, right? So here also I'll just give a try and show you guys whether it is really possible or not. See here, tuple object does not support item assignment. Why? Because it is an immutable type. Okay, So immutable data type is the answer for almost all of the questions. Okay. Now let's see list versus tuple. Couple of differences I have mentioned here. So tuples are stored in a single block of memory. Tuples are immutable, so it doesn't require extra space to store new objects. Okay. Lists are allocated in two blocks. The fixed one with all Python object information and variable size block for the data. So I'll show this is the reason why tuple takes less memory than list. I can prove it also by giving some hints here. It also explains the slight difference in the index speed is faster than list because in tuples for indexing it follows fewer pointer. Why fewer pointer? Because tuple has one single memory and list has two block of memory. Correct. Okay, so how to show that whether it is taking less memory or memory? So I'll import one library. This is just for your reference. Don't worry about the import because I'll be talking about import functionality and all in the module classes. Import, we have sys, then we have sys dot get size of, let's say, tuple, empty tuple. Just do some print. I'll give empty list. So here, yeah. So here, this is the type of. See here, size of an empty tuple is 40 and size of an empty list is 56. Why it is taking more space? Because as I mentioned here, the fixed one with where is that list are allocated in two blocks. The fixed one with all the Python object information. It has to store Python object information because it is mutable data type, correct? And tuple is not mutable. That's why it just take one single block. Okay, so that's why due to that extra block, it is taking extra memory. Okay, so this is the answer. Which one is fast, list or tuple? So of course, lists are allocated in two blocks, the fixed one with all the Python object information and variable size block for the data. The tuples are stored in single block of memory, and that is the reason tuple is faster than the list. Okay, so tuple is immutable. Again, it is immutable. How do you print all elements in reverse order in the given tuple? Okay, so this I have already shown. Let's see once again. Print a square bracket colon -1. Okay. Now, what are the various advantages and disadvantages of using tuple? This is also asked in interview. So please remember, guys, all the differences. And you don't have to remember all those things because while trying only, you'll get to know what is the difference between list and tuple. Okay. So what are the advantages? So tuple is that they use less memory where lists use more memory, which I have already shown here. Okay. We can use tuples in a dictionary as a key, but it is not possible with the list, which I'll be talking more while I'll talk about dictionary data. Okay. We can access element with an index, input tuples in list. That is the advantage. What is the disadvantage? We cannot add an element. So let's say you define the tuple and later you want to add some more element, right? This cannot be done because you should know what you're going to do. If you have that kind of data type, then better go with the list. Okay. We can't sort a tuple, but in list we can do sort by calling list sort method. Okay. So if you see here in my dr function, yeah. So list provide one sort function which will do the sorting. If all the elements are jumbled, then you can use a sort function. Then it will always rearrange all the elements in the ascending order. But whereas in tuple, there is no sort function, right? So that is another difference. We can't remove an element in tuple because it is immutable type. We cannot replace an element in tuple, but you can do in a list. Okay, so these are the advantages of tuples and disadvantages of tuple. Okay, guys, so that's all about tuple. So you may ask like why we are going to use tuple, because it has a lot of limitation, right? But other than limitation, it has a lot of benefits also because it is faster, it takes less memory, right? And mostly where do you use when, let's say when I talk about the function, I'll be telling about you guys what kind of data type to be returned. Okay, so when you return data type from a function and you want to make sure that that doesn't get modified accidentally by any user or by any other function call, you must return data as tuple data type. Okay, that is another use of tuple. So I hope you like this video and you have learned more about tuple now. Okay, so those who are watching this video first time, I would suggest to go back to the previous video where I'm explaining about the string and list data type. Okay, so a lot of things are common, but few things are different, and that's what will help you to prepare for the interview. Okay, guys, that's all for the day, and please subscribe my channel if you haven't subscribed, and keep watching my space so that you'll get to know about a new video. Now, next I'm going to talk about the dictionary data type, which is the fourth data type of Python. Okay, there also I'll show a lot of examples and a lot of interview questions which can be asked from the dictionary. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to talk about another Python data type, that is dictionary. So let's see what and all I'm going to cover today. I'll share my screen. Okay, so here is the agenda for today. So we'll see Python definition and what are the various rules for creating dictionary data, what are various examples, how to check the type of dictionary, accessing dictionary elements, what is the way to add key and value pair, how to update the existing key value pair, how to check whether key is present in dictionary or not, how to delete a key of dictionary, what is the way to access all the keys and all the values in one shot, what are various available methods, and couple of interview questions. Okay, so let's see what is the definition of the dictionary. So dictionary in Python is an unordered collection of data values. Okay, so unlike other data type like string and list, it was ordered data, and dictionary is unordered data. Okay, so used to store data values like map, which like unlike other data type that hold only a single value, like in string and list and tuple, they were having single value, but here it will hold a key and value pair. Okay, so this is the main difference. Okay, and of course, another difference is bracket wise, it will have opening and closing curly braces. So let's see what are the thumb rules for creating the dictionary. So rule number one is we need to use curly braces with key and value pair. That is this. Rule two, you cannot have duplicate keys. So while defining duplicate keys, it is not going to throw an error. However, whatever is the last defined key value pair, that will be taken care. Okay, rule number three, duplicate keys you cannot have. Then we have only immutable data type can be used as a key. So what I mean to say here, only immutable data type, that is other than list, you can use any kind of data type to define as a key. Okay, no rule for any kind of data type can be used for value. Rule 5, we can have lower and uppercase with same key. So what I mean to say here, let's say, as I mentioned in the second rule, you cannot have duplicate keys, right? So small a and capital A, though both are A, you cannot have them as a capital A as a separate key because both will be duplicates. So you want to have same name, then you can have lower and uppercase. Okay, so that's all about rule. Okay, so let's see the examples now. So we will be covering all the rules in the form of example. So I'll just use d1 equal to, the first is empty dictionary, print d1, and let's get the type of dictionary. Type I'll show in a different cell. So this is the empty dictionary, and how to check whether it is empty or not. So you can have length d1. It will show 0. So there is no key value pair. Okay, so let's take a look at type. Okay, so this belongs to dictionary class. Okay, so there are a lot of other examples. Let me show you how you can define other way, and by following all the rules. So we'll have d1 as, let's say, a column 1, b column 2. This is one dictionary, one example. So as I mentioned, you cannot have duplicate key, so you can define it. However, it is not going to take this a1, because the last one, whatever is defined, that will be taken as a key value pair. So this will be overriding the previous one. Okay, this one. Now the third rule is only immutable data type. So when I say immutable, means of course string is immutable, so which we have already used. Let's say we can have integer or float is also an immutable, right? So I can use 1 as a key and 2 as a value of this particular key. Okay. Now we have another string. Let's say ABC column 1 2 3. This is another key. What other immutable data type we have? We can have as float. 1.5 as, let's say, its value is, let's say, a. Okay, because value could be any data. So 1.5 as a key is holding one string, that is nothing but a. What else we have? We can use tuple. So I'll use one tuple which is holding a value as, let's say, list. It can be anything, right? I can use similar tuple, let's say a column I can define 120 as a list element 100. Correct. That's about rule 3. Any kind of data type can be used. So of course, this is covering other kind of data also, which has integer, float, type. Okay. Then we can have lower and uppercase with the same key. So another one, what we can have, lower and uppercase. So you can have small a and capital A. Correct. So these are the ways to define. So remember these rules, guys, because this will be asked in the dictionary interview questions. And P1, and D2, D3, D4. Okay, so I'm missing, oh, my bad. I'm using one column here by mistake. Okay, what is missing? There is another column somewhere. Okay. This seems so fine. Okay, I have not defined this enough. Yeah, now all are fine. Okay, so since we are following all the thumb rules, while defining the dictionary, everything is fine. That's why we are getting dictionary as printed. There's no error in that. Okay, so that's all about this. Now let's see what else I can show here. This is empty dictionary. This is this one. Okay, now we'll see how to access the element of the dictionary. Okay, before that, just for you guys, I'll just mention one syntax here. It must be starting with curly bracket, and here we'll have key and value pair. Yeah. Whereas key is immutable data type. Those who are watching first time this video, so they might not be aware of what is immutable, mutable. So I would suggest please go back to previous video and watch string and list video. Okay, then please come back here. Mention this bullet point. Okay. So how to check data type? Okay, that we have only type function. Now, what is the way to access the dictionary elements? So let me define one example here. A equal to A1 and B. Remember, guys, there's a separator here. So between key and value, there will be column separator, and between each key value pair, there will be comma separator. Okay, don't miss that. Okay, so this is the way you get the dictionary defined. Now, how to check? So, unlike string and list, we were seeing to access the element, we were using the indexing, right? So here, indexing is not there. We have the key. If you know the key of a dictionary, then you can access the value of that key. Okay. So how to access? So I'll just use print. The way we access using indexing, similar way we can have square bracket here and just put the key name. So remember, whatever key you have defined, exactly same key to be used inside the bracket. Then only it will return the value. Okay. So that is this one. Similarly, we have print C. That is this one. Okay. So if you want to access last element, of course, you should know what is the last key. That is D, right? That's how you access the element. You cannot access exactly opposite way. Like by giving the value, you cannot access the key. You should know the key, then only you can access its associated value. Okay, so this is the way to access. Now we'll see how to add new key value pair in the dictionary element. Okay, this is very simple, guys. Why? Because in the dictionary, if any key is existing and you are assigning some value, it will get updated. If it is not existing, it will get appended to the dictionary. I'm going to take the same example here. Okay, so now how to update? What we'll do, we'll just use A, then I'll just use X equal to 100. Do we have X defined here inside this key? No, right? So what it will do, it will just take this as another key and its value will be 100. Now let's print it before and after. See what happened. Sorry, we need to print the whole dictionary, not the dictionary key. See here. Okay, it is already added. So now I'll take another example here. I'll just execute this. See, so before adding X, we have this dictionary. Now after adding this, we got X appended to the dictionary. Okay. So since it is unordered, it doesn't mean that you can add only at the last. Though it is showing here in Python 3 and higher version, it has become an order. So it will be always added to the last. Okay, similarly, I'll take another example. So I'll just take, let's say, A here. Sorry, Z, A is already defined. I'll just take print A. Okay, so this is before and this is after. This is how you add the new key and value pair in the existing dictionary. Now let's take another example. How to update the existing key and value pair. So as I mentioned, if key is not existing, then it will get appended. If it is existing, it will just assign the value to the key. Okay, so here I'll just take A and I'm just going to assign, let's assign this value 1 as 100. Okay, and again print it. See here. Did I get another A? No. It has, since A is already present as a key in the dictionary, it will just override the previous value by 100. Okay. Let's take another example. I'll just take C and I'll make it C300. Okay, C is already existing and it has overwritten 3 as 300. So this is how you update. There are a couple of other functions also which we'll see later, but this is the quicker way of updating the value, key and value. Okay, next one is how to check if key is present in dictionary or not. So guys, if you remember the in operator class or operator video, I mentioned there is one thing called membership operator, right? Using in and not in. So that membership keyword we can use to check whether that particular key is present or not in the dictionary. So I'll take similar example. print A, right? So what I'll do, I'll just take whether A in A present or not, right? So if it is present, it is always going to return Boolean true or false. So if it is present, it will return Boolean true. If it is not present, it will return Boolean false. So Boolean true is 1, Boolean false is 0. So if I just mention not, like Z is not present, right? Z not in A, yes, it is not present, so it will return true. Now if I just mention X in A, it is not present, that's why you are getting Boolean false. Okay, so this is the way to check it. So this will be very helpful whenever you are going to iterate over each key of the dictionary. Okay, deleting key of a dictionary. How to delete that? Let's take similar example. So deleting is very simple. As I mentioned, we have delete keyword. I want to delete A of A. Okay, so let's print before deleting and after deleting. See here, that particular key value there will be deleted from the dictionary. Okay, so there's no more A column 1 is existing. It has gone. Correct. This is the only way to delete using delete keyword. Okay, so modification and assignment I have already shown, and this is about delete. Now let's see how to access all keys and values in one shot. So there is one function called keys. So this is your dictionary. I want to just, or I am just interested to know what kind of keys are existing or what and all keys existing in the dictionary, right? Just use one method here called keys. Okay. Yeah, so it will show me dictionary keys A, B, C, D in the form of list. Okay, so this is also very simple. So you can assign this to another variable. If you just print C, it is going to return this. Okay. So later you can iterate over this. So this will be going to be helpful whenever we are going to learn for loop and condition, and we are going to iterate over keys and values, right? So this way we will be getting all the keys. So similarly, we have something called values. We get all values in one shot. So what in all values existing? 1, 2, 3, 4. So remember, keys and values function will always return the list of keys and list of values respectively. Okay. Now we are going to see what are the available methods. So to get the method, you guys already know we have dir function, put the dictionary object, and let's see what and all object we have. So we have clear, which will clear all the keys and values there. Then we have copy the dictionary from keys if you want to define the new dictionary from a given key. Then get items, keys I have already shown. Pop item, which we have seen in the list, very much similar. I'm going to show it here also for dictionary how it works. Then set item, update, and value. Okay, so most commonly used are like clear. Then we have copy, then keys and values, and pop item. Okay, so few I leave for you guys so that you can try your friend. So let's take a look at, first we'll see clear. Okay, how to use clear. Let's look at this. Clear. A dot clear. Let's see what it does. So built-in function or method none. Remove all items from the dictionary. So what it will do? It is going to remove every key and value pair from the dictionary. So let's print it after this. See here. So before clearing, we got all the dictionary items, and after clearing the dictionary, we got none. Okay, that is empty dictionary. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have copy, right? So copy. So let's see what it does. A dot copy. See here, a shallow copy of D. So I'll talk about shallow and deep copy later, not now. Okay, so first I'll show what it does basically. It will just make a copy of this object that is nothing but A and assign it to somewhere else, right? So now if I just print C, I'm going to get same dictionary because it has made a local copy of A and it is sending to C. Okay, that's how you use copy. Now what is next? We have items, right? So item is nothing but which will return key and value pair in the form of list. So let's take a look at this. A dot see here a list a set like object providing a view on these, that is nothing but your dictionary items. Okay, see here. So I have a list of all the key value pairs. That is, A is having one as value. So A is a key and one is value. B is another key and two is another value. Okay, and so on. So this is again outcome of items is list of all the key value pairs. So what else we have? We have keys. I have already shown you guys. Let's see pop and pop item. What it does. Pop. A dot pop. See what it does. See here. It will return the value. V stands for value and K stands for key. Remove specified key and return the corresponding value. Okay. So what it like in the list, what we were doing, we were just popping out, right? So it was returning the last element of the list. Here also it will return whatever key you have provided. So basically it is removing key and value from the dictionary and value will be returned because you already know the key. That's why you have given pop and that key name, right? So I'm just going to remove A and it is going to return the value as. So let me print this and after popping out, let's see the original dictionary. Okay, so dictionary, again, I mentioned it is mutable data type, so it will also be uh, altered. I mean, its element, key and value pair can be altered. Okay, so this is original dictionary and after popping out A, you see there's no A and 1. That key value pair has been removed. Okay, that's how you do pop. So let me mention in the rule, this mutable data type. Did I mention here? No, right? Dictionary is Python, another collection of data values. Mutable data type. Please remember this. Okay, so let's see the next method. Now we have pop item. Let's see what it does. Pop item. Okay, so what it does, remove and return pair as a tuple, right? So which key and value pair it is going to remove? Always at the last one. So let's take a look. D4, right? If you run again it will keep removing. So what I'll do here, print A. So this is before and after. Okay. So before removing or before popping out the item, it was original dictionary as A to D. Then D4 got removed, and after D4, only left is and only 3 key value pair, right? If you remove again, then what will happen? It will remove another key and value pair. Okay, so D4 was removed. Now only left was A, B, C. Now C3 is removed. Only left is A and B. That's all. Okay, so that's all about pop item. Okay, so let's see what other thing can be done. We have update, set default. So I want you guys to try set default by reading the document and get from keys also. I'm just going to show you update. This is also another simple operation. It's not pasting. Okay. Update. Okay, so let me remove this. So for update is nothing but basically you have, let's say you are having one or two dictionary, right? So first dictionary you are going to update by how you're going to update by adding B's key value here in the A. Okay, so I'll just have another, let's say A equal to A B C D, then here I'll have E equal to, let's say, 5, then F column 6. Correct. So I want to update dictionary A by adding B's element. So what I can do, A dot, whichever dictionary you are going to update, use update method on that dictionary. So I'm going to update A, that's why update I'm applying on A. Update by what? So you see here the dictionary. So D dot update E. This is nothing but your another element, right? And then update D from dictionary or retrievable E and F, correct? If E is present and has key method, then take. So don't worry about this, guys. It means whatever duplicates are there, that will be overwritten, right? And whatever unique values are there, that will get appended. Okay, so A dot update with B. Now let's print A and print B. See what is happening here. Okay, so print A dot update, it is not going to return anything, so that's why it is printing none. So I could have directly added this because it is clearly mentioning here, right? None. It doesn't return anything, rather it is modifying the original dictionary because dictionary is an mutable data type, correct? So it has been updated. So updated dictionary is printed here. Let me print again. A, B, C, D, then E5 and F6 has been taken from B. And this is your B dictionary. Okay, so now I'll take same example, but rather updating A, I'll update B with A. See what happens here. A remains same, but I'm updating B. So under B, after E and F, A will be added, that is A, B, C, D. Okay, that's how you update the dictionary. Okay, so let's see what and all interview questions can be asked. So can we define duplicate is in dictionary? No. So answer is no. Okay. If you want to define, you can have case change, like lowercase and uppercase with same name. Can we use this data type by define a key in dictionary? No, you cannot use, because as part of this thumb rule, if you see here, I have mentioned you can have, where is that? Rule number 3 says only immutable data type can be used as a key. So you cannot have list as a key. But see what happens when I use it. A equal to, I'll use A1. Then let's say we are having another key with the dictionary, same as dictionary, correct? Equal to, I just give some value here. See what happens. Unhashable type, only hashable object can be used as a key. So those hashable objects are any immutable data type, that is your integer, float, string, tuple. Okay, but dictionary and list cannot be used as a key. Okay, so this is the example for this. How to change name of a key to other name, right? How you can change it? Okay, so this is very tricky question. So now you may ask, like, how you can update key? You cannot change because it is immutable, right? So we are not changing, guys. We are just updating it, like replacing the new key. Okay, so let's say I have A column 1, then B column 2, then C column 3, right? So I'm going to change C, or how to change name of key. So basically changing name is nothing but just think in that direction. Changing key means, let's say I want to have C as Z, means it is as good as you are adding the new key value pair and by removing C and 3. So how you can remove? By just using pop. Okay. So print is very tricky. Okay. So listen once again. When you try in parallel, pause it and watch again, and then you try. So what I will do, I'll just use A. So I want to make, let's make C as Z. Okay, equal to 3. Okay, so I want to make C as Z, so Z is not defined. So what I can do, I can just use Z. Now C needs to be removed, right? So basically what I can do, you can just use A dot pop C. Now see, guys, what is happening here. A dot pop C means pop will always remove that key value pair and it will return the value of that particular key. So basically output of this is going to be 3. and that is what is going to be assigned as z to the z key, right? And finally it will become z column 3. Okay, so let's print a here after and before also. See here, it's very tricky question. It can be asked in interview, so please practice and remember the rule. Okay, so that's all about dictionary, how you can update the key. Now another thing is how you define nested dictionary. Okay, so as I mentioned guys in the rule, let's go back to the rule. Any kind of data type can be used for value, right? So any kind of data means including dictionary as well, right? So you can define nested dictionary by using dictionary as a value to another key value, correct? So what I mean to say here, a equal to, I can define a column 1, then b column 2. Then let's have a dictionary as a value for C key, correct? So I'm going to define another dictionary here, which will be, let's say, x column 10 and y column 20, z column 30, right? Let's print it. See here. So how many keys we have? 1, 2, 3. Only 3 keys are there. Don't include these keys because this is nothing but a value of C, correct? And this is having another number of keys, that is 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's how you define another nested dictionary. You can have another dictionary inside a dictionary of another key dictionary, correct? So let's say C is having this dictionary. Now X is can have also another dictionary. Rather than you define another dictionary inside it, correct? So let's check value. First we take keys. So we have A, B, C. Now if we take values, see here. So values are 1, 2, and dictionary as a value of another key, correct? That is C. So that's why how many values are there? 1, 2, and 3. And third value is nothing but your dictionary. Okay, so now this is the way to define the nested dictionary, but how you are going to access the key value pair from the nested dictionary. So let me just add how to access value from nested dictionary. Okay, so how you can define? So we already have printed. Okay, so I would like to access value of X, right? So how you can access A? What is my how to reach to this particular value? So this value belongs to this key, right? So first I have to get the value of this C. How to access the value? You can have C, correct? Now you got this key. Now this is another key, right? So to access the value 10 of this X, I would like to use this key from the output of this, right? So this is your dictionary, and now in this dictionary I can do another indexing. That is your nested indexing. So I can use X and get the value, correct? So let's print in a different way so that you can understand. Yes, this is how you print. Okay, so I hope you guys liked the video. So I would suggest please watch and please pause the video, watch one by one all the concepts and keep trying in parallel, then only you will understand properly. Okay, so that's all guys about Python data type, and we have covered string, list, tuple, and dictionary. So next class onwards, we will be talking about the control structure, loops, while loop, for loop, if and else condition, a lot of other inbuilt keyword while using those structures. Okay, so I would again suggest to others who are watching this video first time, please watch my playlist and watch all the video from beginning till here. Then only you can move to the next video so that you can understand the concept. Otherwise, it will be very tough to understand, especially for those who are very new to the programming. Okay, so that's all about this. Thank you guys. Please subscribe my channel if you haven't subscribed, and please like the videos and leave out the comment. Okay, so that others can get benefit from the answer whatever I'm going to reply. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. And those who have not subscribed my channel, please do subscribe, like, and share my video. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to talk about very important Python concept, that is iterator and generator. Why it is important? Because it is very frequently asked in the interview. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so we'll see what are iterators, what are generators, and their examples, followed by some interview questions. Okay, so let's see what are iterators. So it can be generated by using iter function, which is inbuilt Python function. An iterator is an object which contains a countable number of values, and it is used to iterate over iterable objects like list, tuples, sets, and etc. It follows lazy evaluation. So what exactly lazy evaluation means here is, once iter object is created, right, it will not do anything until user is calling it or it is called by any inbuilt function. Okay, so that's what it is written here. It means evaluation of the expression will be on hold and stored in the memory until the item is called. This helps us to avoid repeated evaluation. Okay, as lazy evaluation is implemented, it requires only one memory location. So I'll show you guys with the help of example why it is taking only one memory location. Okay, and this is the most prominent reason why to use iterator over distant tuple object type. Okay, so one memory location to process the value. Due to this, it reduces the RAM space, of course. So I'm going to show using the example. To access values from iterator, we need to use next or next function or next attributes. Okay, so let's see what example, how to generate it. So I'm going to take let's say one list here. And I'm going to type print type of a. Okay, now let's take same example, and rather giving direct a, I will like to convert a into a iterator. Okay, so I'll just use a shortcut of that variable name itr equal to iter. There is a function you can see here. So let's see the help of this. So iter and iterable. Iterable means any iterable kind of object like list, tuple, and dictionary keys or dictionary values or string. Okay. Then get an iterator object. In the first form, the argument must supply its own iterator or be a sequence. Okay. So here we are going to pass a sequence, or you can directly write list also like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Okay. So I'm going to pass a iterable object, that is a. And let's see what is the type of ITR. Okay, so just a small list, and I'm just converting list into a table object. That is nothing but ITR. And what is the type of ITR? It belongs to list iterator. Okay, so that's how you create the iterator. Now, once iterator is done, then how you can access the element. So if you're going to print just ITR, see what it prints. It is printing list iterator at some memory location, right? So it is just pointing that iterator object to some memory location. But how to access its internal element? Okay, so as I mentioned here, to access internal element, we have to use either next function or next attribute. Okay, so remember guys, so next, whenever you use next function or next attribute, it is going to turn only one element at a time. Why? Because as I mentioned, it will be just created. It is following the lazy evaluation method, right? So until user is executing, it is not going to execute, and it is not going to return any element of the table object. Okay, so let me just show you next ITR. Okay, so what is the first element of this list? That is 1. Okay, now if I execute once again, then see what is happening. 2, so another element, 3, 4, then 5. And what happens? So now it has reached to the end of the element, right? If you are trying to execute once again, it is going to give the exception, that is stop iteration. Okay, so this is called an exception. I will be talking about exception in detail in the future video. Okay, so just remember that. So you have to use next to get or to fetch the next element of the table object. It will keep returning the element as long as it is available. The moment it reaches the end of the element, it is going to throw the stop iteration exception. So I will help you also to understand like how to get rid of this exception. What is another way to do that? Okay, so this is one way to do that. Now, if you want to access once again from the element, then again you need to create the object. Okay. So I'm just going to execute once again. Now I'm going to show you using next attribute. So a underscore, okay. By the way, how to know whether it is supporting next attribute or not? So if I just print dir of a, you see here, it supports next, where it is. Oh, sorry, not a, here it should be itr object. Okay. So here we have next attribute, right? Using next attribute, you can access the next element of the table object. So just type itr dot. So any method or attribute you can access of that object using dot operator. Okay. So next. Okay. Then again, if you run 2, then 3, and 4, and 5, then once it reaches to the end, it is going to give the exception as stop iteration. Okay. So this is the way you access the element. So now let's see how to avoid or how to get rid of this stop iteration exception. It is good to have, but if you don't want to see exception in your program, so we have one uh, argument extra in the next function is, let me just show you. Okay, so in case you are going to use next function, you see here. Okay, first argument will be your iterator, and you see the second argument that is optional. Okay, in case you are not providing, and if you keep executing next function, it will keep returning all the element, and once it reaches to the end of the element and again you are trying to access, it is going to throw the stop iteration exception. If you don't want to get that, then you put some default element. So this default or second element tells that once it reaches to the end of the element, then it is going to print a default value. So your default value could be anything. Okay. So I'm just going to print itr and I'm going to print default as none. So what this none means, once you reach to the end of the element or end of the table object, then it is going to print none. It's really none. Okay. Let's print itr1, then 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I'm going to execute again, it is not going to throw the exception, rather it will print none. Okay. So you are not getting anything that is none. Okay, so let's see what other default element you can print. So in this, I'm going to print out of elements 4, 5, and the last element, or the once it reaches to the end of the element, then it is going to print I'm out of elements. Okay, so it doesn't mean that okay you are just forced to use only none keyword, right? You can use anything, whatever is present. Just to make more sense. Okay, I'm exhausted with the element. Okay, so that's all about iterator. Now let's see generator. Okay, so generator is also exactly similar to the iterator, but only thing is the way we generate the iterable object will be different. So here is the definition. It is another way of creating iterator by using the keyword yield. Okay, so using yield keyword only you can generate. Okay, generators are implemented using a function. We'll see how that we created using a function. And just as iterator, generator also follow lazy evaluation. Exactly same way the way iterator works, same way generator will also work. It also requires only one memory location because it is exactly creating the same iterator kind of object. Any Python function which uses yield become a generator, else it is a normal function. Okay. So for timing, just don't worry about the function, what I'm going to define here. You can follow another function video, which I'm going to create later. Okay, but just to understand that how yield is working, I'm going to write a small function. Okay, so how to write a function? Just write def, then create generator. I'm not going to pass any argument, so don't worry about this. Those who doesn't know anything about function, watch my function video. At later stage, I'll create. Okay, And I'm going to just use another for loop here for I in range. Let's say I'm going to create number up to 5, 0 to 4. Okay, and rather printing or returning any element, I'm just going to use yield keyword. Yield means hold the element and just return it. Okay, that's all you need to do. So let's create. Now function is created. Now I'm going to print it. Create generator. I'm just going to call it. Okay, and let's see what it does. So I created the function and by using definition, and I'm just calling it. See what is happening. After calling it is generating an object, generator object, which is sitting at this memory location, right? Okay, but how to get the element? Now here is the magic. So once you created, then you just need to call using next function. Next, then I'm going to assign this to maybe some other variable, gen. So next of gen. See here. So for loop is going to create a number from 0 to length minus 1, that is 5 minus 1, 4. Okay. So next again 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I hit enter once again, what is happening? Stop rotation. Why? Because it has created the object from 0 to 4 only, right? And after that, no elements. So it has exhausted from the list element. So it is going to throw the stop rotation exception. Okay. So what we can do now? Same way we can call it once again. Just call it here. Okay, now here I'm going to call using next and using gen, and I'm going to print some default value out of elements 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm out of elements. Okay, so this is also pretty simple. Only thing is inside a function you use yield. So any function, if you don't use yield, that will be a normal function. The moment you use any yield keyword here, that will become a generator function. Okay, so that is the main difference between iterator and generator. I hope you understood, and you can pause the video and just try it parallel in your notebook. Okay, so let's see what and all interview questions can be asked in iterator and generator. So which one is better, list or iterator, and why? Okay, so answer is definitely iterator. Why? I'm just going to prove it. So I'm just going to create a list, let's say using range, or maybe I'll just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and I'm just going to create b or maybe itr equal to iter of a. So this is the normal list, and I'm just going to convert that list into a iterator object. Okay, so print a, print itr. Okay, so this is your list. This is your list object. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to import one library. Using that, I'll show what is the basic difference and why people has to prefer iter over list. Sys.get size of a. Let's print it. Size of Separator object. Okay, you see here. So you just have 5 element and see what is the size it is taking, 96. And for iterator, no matter how many list element you have, it is just going to take only 48 bytes. Okay, so I'm just going to use here bytes. Okay. So again, I'll just prove you. Just I'll give another example. So by having 10 elements. Okay, let's do that. See here. So no matter how many elements you have in the iterator object, it is just going to occupy only 48 bytes. Okay. And list, as list elements are growing, it is going to grow the size of the memory. Okay. So that's why we, of course, iterator is better. And only drawback will be, it will be lazy evaluation. Okay. So until user is calling, it is not going to execute. But good thing is, yeah, it is not going to waste enough memory. It is just going to take only one memory location. Okay. Whenever you are going to call, it will just return the value. So why to occupy all the memory for every element if you are just going to use first 2 or 3 or 4 elements, right? So that's where it will be iterator will be preferred over list. Okay. Now which one takes more memory? So I just showed you. Right? So list is going to take memory and iterator is going to take only one memory location. So it will be always 48 bytes. Okay, what is short way to generate generator object without using yield keyword? Okay, so we have something called comprehension base. I'm going to talk about more in list and dictionary comprehension video, but here we have something called generator comprehension, you can say. Okay, so if you are going to use small bracket and just going to use one for syntax here, it is going to generate the generator object. Okay, so what will be the syntax here? Let me just write syntax. So here you have small bracket and expression for variable or sequence or iterable. Okay, so this is the syntax. Now let's see the example. I'm just going to use one gen keyword here. Then I'll use let's say where for let's say type. Okay, now print gen. So now see, without using yield keyword, it has generated the generator object. Okay. Now how to access the element? Again, you can use next. Keep executing, and I'm just going to use none keyword just to make sure the stop iteration exception is not coming. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Okay. So 5 is no more. So that's why we are getting now. Okay, now again I'll generate here and see what is happening. Do we have next here? You see here next gen, next attribute is also supported, right? So what you can do is just one comment. So why I use this, because I wanted to show you guys you can access using next attribute also. Okay. Now, do we have any default keyword here? Yes or no? No, it doesn't provide. Okay, so it will keep iterating as long as you have the element. If no more element, then finally it is going to throw the exception. Okay, so I hope you understood this, and yeah, please try this again in your notebook and understand the concept better. Okay, so that's all for today. This is about iterator and generator. I hope you liked the video. If you have any question, please leave out the comment, and I'll definitely help you guys to understand in the next video, or I'll answer in the comment itself. So please do subscribe my channel if you haven't subscribed, and like and share with your friends. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hey guys, Pankaj here. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to talk about list and dictionary comprehension. Those are very important concepts because they are very heavily used in coding, and also it is very frequently asked in interview questions. Okay, so let's see what and all I have. I'll share my screen. Okay, so here is the agenda for today. So we'll see what is the definition of list comprehension, what are various advantages of it, what is the syntax, and what is the conditional list comprehension. After that, we'll see dictionary comprehension. So this is also very similar to list comprehension. Only thing is bracket notation will change. And at the end, we'll see what and all interview questions asked. Okay, so let's see the definition of list comprehension. So list comprehensions are used for creating new lists from other tables like tuples, strings, arrays, and lists. So those who are landed to this video first time, I would suggest please watch my playlist where I have been talking about tuples, string, array, and list. Then you come back to this video. Okay. A list comprehension consists of brackets containing the expression. So since we are talking about list, so definitely it is going to use list notation, that is square bracket. Okay, and that will have one expression which is going to be executed for each and every element, whatever we are iterating using for loop. Okay. Now coming to the advantages, so it is very time efficient and space efficient than loop. So we'll see very shortly while executing some of the expression, and I'll show like how fast it can execute it over the for loop. It requires fewer lines of code because it is a single line statement, then transforms iterative statement into a formula. Okay. Now, what is the syntax? So here, guys, since we are talking about lists, so as I mentioned, we will be using list notation. Okay, so we will have the square bracket closing and opening and closing, and after that we will have one for loop. So start with for loop. We have already seen. So those who are not aware of for loop, please go back to previous video and watch like how for loop works. What is the syntax? So for loop will have this syntax where variable is there, then in, then some sequence, some iterable. Okay, and whatever expression you are going to perform or variable, which you need to use it here. Okay, so expression using variable for variable in sequence. This is your syntax. So let's see one example here. So I'm going to create one variable a equal to, then list comprehension notation, then for, let's say I have one variable here, a in range, let's say I want to create one number from 0 to 9. Okay, and I am going to use same variable here without any expression. Let's see what happens. So it is going to return one list of number from 0 to 9. Okay, so this is what we got. Okay, so you might ask, okay, range always produces the list, right? Then why to use this? So this is just one example. When you are going to have some expression and you are going to apply some kind of formula for a given iterable values, then this will make more sense. Okay, let's see another example. So let's say I want to have, I want to take power of 2 for each number which is given between 0 to 9. Okay, so for loop will be here, and whatever variable you use for loop, I'm just going to add some expression. The expression will be, let's say, power of 2, so a double star 2. Okay, so what it is going to do, it is going to iterate over each number that is from 0 to 9, take that number and take power of 2 for each number. That's what list comprehension means. It is going to iterate, remember this definition, it is going to evaluate the expression for each and every element of the iterable. Okay, so this is how you get it. So this is one of the simple example for list comprehension. Now we do have some kind of conditional list comprehension. So what is conditional list comprehension? Inside this list comprehension notation, we are going to use one condition. Okay, so there are two to three ways of adding the condition. So one is like simple expression what we saw just now, and after for loop you can add one condition. This condition is going to be simple if condition without else. Okay, so we'll see some examples based on this. Now another variance of this is you put a condition along with the else. Okay, before the for loop. So if else you would like to use, then you have to use before for loop. And another variant of this is you use if else before for loop, and after for loop you can use if condition, the one which we saw here. Okay, so this after for loop, whatever condition you are going to use, that is without else, and before for loop you have along with else. Okay, So how this works, basically you iterate over the value of the iterable, put a condition, and inside this, whatever condition is true, then this expression will get executed. If condition is not true, then it will go to else and it will evaluate the expression. Okay. So let's see one simple example. I'll take a equal to a for, okay, so this is the simple one. Now take this particular thing, condition. So let's put some condition. So I'm going to put a condition to filter the even number, right? So what is the condition for the even number? So this will remain same, this as per the first syntax, and now put in condition if a modulo 2 equal to 0. This is your condition. So what will happen? It will take the first number a. Now it will jump to the condition, perform this condition. If it is true, then only this a will be returned in the form of expression. Okay, let's run it. 02468. Okay, that's how this condition works. Now I'm going to take another example along with this. I'm going to use if else before for loop. Okay, so what I can do here. So if a modulo 2 equal to 0, if this condition is true, then evaluate this expression. So if basically number given number is even number, then take power of 2. Else, in case it is not going to be true, then use else. Take power of 3. Take power of 3. Okay. Now see the magic here. What is happening? It is going to take 0. Okay. So 0, any power will take 0. Then 1. So 1 modulo 2. What is that? It is not even number, right? So it is going to evaluate this expression. A modulo a to the power 3. Okay. Now I'm going to remove this condition first. Yeah. Now next number is 2. So what is happening? A modulo 2, that is even number. Yeah, it is true. So it is going to evaluate power of 2. So 2 to the power 2, that is 4. Now next number is 3. So 3 modulo 2, it is not 0. So it is going to else. It is going to evaluate this expression. So 3 raised to 3, 3 to the power 3, that is 27, and so on. Okay, that's how it is going to be executed. Now let's take the last syntax. I'm going to combine first and second. Okay, using if else along with another if. So I'm going to use. So I'm going to evaluate modulo of 2. If it is 0, then take power of 2. If it is not 2, then power of 3. I'm going to add another condition. If do this only when number is greater than, let's say, 5. Okay, so it will start evaluating all the expression. So it will take the first number 0. So first it will jump to this condition. If this is true, then only that a will be passed to these expression. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, those are less than 5. Correct? Let me add less than 5. Okay, so if it is less than 5, then okay. Yeah. So since we are giving the condition a is greater than 5, so if number is less than 5, it is not going to go here. So none of the expression is going to be evaluated. Now the number when it comes to 5 or more, by making it is greater than or equal to, then it is going to be passed here. Okay. So let's run this and see what is happening. So we have given greater than or equal to. So 0 to 4, it is not going to be evaluated. Now next number is 5, which is equal to 5. So what is going to happen next? So first it will go to this condition a modulo 2, that is 5 modulo 2. It is not even number, then it will go to this expression. So 5 raised to 3 will be executed, that is 125. Okay, now let's take the sixth number. Next number is 6. So 6 modulo 2 is equal to 0, that is even number. So it is going to evaluate this expression a to the power 2, that is 36. Okay, so that's how you use list comprehension along with various conditions or conditions. Okay, so remember guys, this is very important because that's why it is famous, because it is a single line statement and it's a lot of line, right? You don't have to code using for loop, another 3-4 line of code, and use append to keep adding numbers, right? Okay, so that is the advantage of list comprehension, and that's how we use it based on this expression. Now let's talk about dictionary comprehension. So this dictionary combination is exactly same. Only thing is, as you know, dictionary has key and value pair, right? Okay, and another change is this bracket. So exactly, I'm not going to repeat the expression. It is exactly this and this. Only bracket will change, and inside that you need to put key value pair. So let's see the simple example. Equal to, and simple one. Let's say key will be a, and value will be, let's say, a to the power 2 for a in range. Right. See what is happening. So it is going to take each number from this particular table and take first number, that is your variable a, as key, and value will be your power of 2, power of that key. Okay, so first number is 0, so 0 is your key and its power of 2 is 0. Next number is 1, so 1 is your key and its power of 2 is 1. Next number is 2, so key is 2 and its power of 2 is 4, and so on. Okay, I'll just take another example using some if condition. So take using 10. So do this only if a is modulo a modulo 2 equal to 0. So I'm going to do this, or I'm going to evaluate this expression only for the even numbers. Okay, that's how it works. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Now let's talk about another condition. So do this only if
It's
a
9:30.
modulo 2 equal to 0, else a colon a to the power 3. Okay, and do this only for number which is greater than equal to 5. Okay, so let's see what is the mistake here. E to the power 2. A mod equal to 0 can do this else. Oh, have to do this, right? No, where is the key? A colon e to the power 3. What is missing here? Yes. Let me remove this if condition and try to see what is happening. Perform this if a modulo 2 equal to 0, else a colon a to the power 2. I'll check it offline why exactly that error is there. But anyway, it is going to be exactly same the way we have used in the list comprehension. Okay, so you can combine definitely all without the condition and with these three combination. Condition after the for loop, and if else it will before for loop, and one condition after the for loop. Okay, so that's what is your dictionary combination. Okay, so what are the various interview questions asked here? So we will have like first very important questions and very famous question is which one is better, whether for loop using for loop or list comprehension. Okay, so answer will be list comprehension. Okay, so I can just prove it by giving some example. So let's say you are going to create a list which is having 0 to 10,000 elements, right? So I'm going to create one empty list and I'm going to use for loop for a y in range, let's say 10,000 or maybe 1 lakh, a dot option a. Okay, so it is going to take 15 milliseconds, right? I'm just going to add another 0. See how much time it is going to take, 116 milliseconds. Okay, let's try to do similar example using list comprehension. All you have to do is just remove this. A, try and then this. Okay, I'm not going to print it, rather I'll just assign this whole value into this. It has taken 69 milliseconds, correct? So it is 116, close to 50% execution time has been reduced. So now you know which one is better. Of course, list comprehension is better for doing such kind of operation. Okay, I'll add another 0 and let's see the significant improvement here. So this is going to take 190 millisecond second, right? And this is going to take 612 millisecond. Exactly, almost 50% reduced. Okay, so can we use nested list comprehension? Yes, you can use. See, the way for loop works, like one for loop inside another for loop, right? Similarly, you can have list comprehension inside another list comprehension. So what is example? So I'm just going to use A for A in range, let's say 5. Okay, so this comprehension I'm going to add in another comprehension. Maybe I'll just use J for I in range 5. Okay, so first this expression will get evaluated. It will take the value, and basically for each iterable, it is going to run another list comprehension. Okay, 5 times. So let's say first value is 0. So for 0th iteration, it is going to run this 5 times. Okay, so what I can do, I'm taking I from here and just going to get multiply I star j. See what is happening. So let me assign it to something and just see different. Yeah. So for first number is 0. For 0, it is going to evaluate this. I is 0 multiplied by j from 0 to 4. So this is the first list comprehension. The next number is 1. So 1, it is going to be multiplied by for each number of this j. So that is 1 multiplied 0, 0, 1 multiplied by 1, 1, 1 multiplied by 2, 2, 3, 4, and so on, right? And another number is 2. So 2 multiplied by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how you create the nested list comprehension. Okay, similarly, you can use dictionary comprehension also. Okay, so mostly these 2-3 questions will be asked in interview about this, why it is used and how much time, which one is taking more time, and how whether we can use nested list comprehension or not. Okay. So I hope you learned something new today, and this is very important. So please pause the video, try in parallel in your notebook, and definitely it will be very helpful in your coding. Okay. Thank you so much. That's all for today. And please subscribe my channel if you haven't done so far. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Have a nice day.